Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Strategic Planning Committee, today, Monday, the 6th of September 2021. This committee sits alongside the three area-based planning committees of Dorset Council. For the benefit of the public, I'm Robin Cook, Chairman of the committee. In consultation with group leaders, the Chief Executive has exercised his delegated powers to revert to virtual informal meetings of Council committees until the end of September. This decision was made in the light of the increasing COVID-19 case rates and projected increases for August and September. This decision will be reviewed during this month. For today's meeting, when a decision is required, committee members will express a minded to decision in respect of recommendations set out in officer reports, with decisions being taken under officer delegated authority in the light of minded to decisions expressed by members in the virtual meetings. Today, their officer is Mike Garrity. I will now hold a roll call of members to ensure members are in the virtual room, and please identify yourself as I call out your name. Councillor Shane Bartlett. Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Yes, Chair, good morning. It's Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Councillor Alex Brenton.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, this is Councillor Alex Brenton.
Councillor Kelvin Clayton.
Good morning, Chair. Kelvin Clayton, Councillor Kelvin Clayton, present and correct.
Councillor Jean Dunseith.
Good morning, Chairman. Present and correct.
Councillor Mike Dyer.
Yep, present, Chairman.
Councillor Sherry Jesperson.
Morning, Chairman. Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Mary Penfold.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Councillor Belinda Rydell.
Good morning, I'm present.
And Councillor David Took.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor David Took, present.
And Councillor John Worth. No. Right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Now I'll just run through the officers who are involved in today's meeting. They include Emma MacDonald, who's Minerals and Waste Planning Manager, Rob Jeffries, Senior Planning Officer, Minerals and Waste, Trevor Badley, Lead Project Officer, Minerals and Waste, Mike Garrity, Head of Planning, Phil Crowther, our Legal Business Partner, Regulatory, Tanisha Williams, Monitoring and Enforcement Officer, Minerals and Waste. She'll be reading our representations. And finally, Annabelle King, Natural Environment Team Leader. And behind the scenes, looking after us all, is Elaine Tibble, Senior Democratic Services Officer, and producing the meeting is George Dare and Judy Saunders. I think I've covered everybody there. Elaine, could I have item 1 on the agenda, the apologies, please?
Yes, thank you. We have one apology from Councillor John Worth.
Okay, I'll just call again. Is Shane Bartlett on the call?
No, I don't think he is.
No, okay. Well, in the event of John Worth's apologies, as he's Vice Chairman, we need to elect a Vice Chairman just for the duration of this meeting only. I'm going to propose Councillor Jesperson. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Mary Penfold, I have pleasure in seconding Councillor Jesperson.
Okay, thank you very much. And are members all in favour, please?
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Chairman.
Fine,
Yes,
I
Chairman.
take that. Fine. So Councillor Sherry Jesperson is elected Vice Chairman for this committee meeting. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Item 2, declarations of interest. Are there any? Okay, usual practice. If something crops up during the course of discussion, will you please make it known to the officer? Thank you. Public participation. We've received a number of written representations in accordance with our amended speaking protocol for planning committees, including with this agenda. In this case, they'll be read out by an officer not involved in the application, and they'll be taken in the following order: objectors, supporters, councillors, applicants and agents. Ward members will also be able to attend the virtual meeting to make their representation. Right, item 4, urgent items. Do we have any? No, there are no urgent items. Okay, good, thank you. So we move on to the planning items, the substantive items on the agenda. Just before we start, I'll just run through the procedures for that. The background information relating to these applications before us today has been available to members prior to this meeting. This covers consultations, objections and representations, together with the council's related policies. I will invite the case officer to introduce their item. Members of the public, planning agents, applicants and town and parish councils have been invited to make written submissions, and these will be read out by a planning officer who has not dealt with the application. These will be read out in the following order: public against, public support, town parish council, local ward member and the applicant agent. Following the public participation section of every item, I will ask officers if there are any salient points they wish to clarify. I will then ask members if they have any questions of clarification to ensure that everyone has had the opportunity to comment. Can I request that members of the committee, first of all, direct any remarks and questions through the chair, and I will invite members to speak in turn, and keep microphones on mute and camera off when not speaking to maintain audio and video quality. At the end of the debate, for transparency, I will make the minded to vote by roll call. The delegated officer will then make the formal decision. Item 5 is application WD/D/19/000451 Chard Junction Quarry. And the presenting officer in this case is Rob Jeffries. So when you're ready, Rob, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping that everyone can now see the presentation.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
So yes, this application details the temporary planning permission for an extension to Chard Quarry at Westford Park Farm for the winning and working of approximately 93,000 tonnes of sand and gravel, with progressive restoration to agriculture and nature conservation, inclusive of a new internal haul road and the retention of the existing mineral processing facilities and silt lagoons for a period of 7 years. This just shows the location of Chard Junction Quarry towards the west there of Dorset. It shows it in relation to its proximity, I should say, in relation to Chard, there to the northwest, Crewkerne to the northeast, Bedminster to the east, and Axminster there to the southwest. Obviously, the location of Chard Junction Quarry, the majority of the quarry is within the county of Dorset, but obviously a small section, as members will be aware from reading the report, that is within the county of Somerset. So on that screen there, we have Somerset obviously to the north and Devon there to the west. A little bit more detail here in terms of the site plan for the proposed development. The site shown shaded red there, along with the county boundary, which is shown in purple. Just in terms of the general layout, we have the extraction area at the southern end of the site, and that is linked. With a sort of a narrow haul road, essentially, through to the existing processing area where it says gravel pit disused, and then adjacent to that, to the northeast, are the existing silt lagoons, which serve that processing area. Just in terms of the principal constraints, obviously the site is located within the AOMB, the Dorset AOMB, as is shown on this slide. Again, you can see the application site shaded a darker red. Apologies, it's not a different colour there, against the background shading of the AOMB. Obviously, just across the border into Somerset is not AOMB, and then obviously further to the west is a further AOMB designation. In terms of rights of way, this just lists the rights of way which cross and run in the proximity of the application site. As you can see, there's a footpath there that crosses the northern part of the extraction area, and a section of footpath that crosses the internal haul road, which runs north to the processing area. Just important to note that this slide just shows the footpaths that are within the county of Dorset. There are some footpaths on the other across the railway line on the other side of the River Axe that I will come on to during some of the photographs within the presentation. Constraints in terms of the natural environment, we have these are the SNCI designations, sites of nature conservation interest within the proximity of the application site. And indeed, you can see probably the one that's most relevant is Headstock Road SNCI. So Headstock Road runs to the southwest of the processing area, and actually crosses the haul road. The haul road crosses Headstock Road, and there is a section of SNCI within that northern. The haul road crosses the northern section of the Headstock Road SNCI.
Rob, just to interrupt you for a second, you're in full flow. Is any chance of getting a pointer on the screen? Are you able to do that? Just to,
is that? Can you see that at all, or is that not?
Yes. Yeah. That's.
Does that help? Apologies. This just shows the constraints in terms of residential properties. So here we have the existing silt lagoons, and here we have the processing area. So this shows the residential properties that are in proximity of the processing area. The blue triangles represent residential properties, and those in red are business premises. So here, immediately to the west of the processing area, you have the properties in Bateman's Farm. And these are, I believe, Yonder Hill Cottages, which are directly, this is the main entrance to the site, is located in this location, with vehicles travelling down the road here and across the railway line in that direction. Again, moving on to constraints and residential properties. This is in relation to the extraction area itself. You have Westford Park Cottages, located immediately to the east of the application site. You have Westford Cottages and the cabin, located to the north of the application site, and you had Westford Park Farm itself, located down to the southeast. The properties further to the west in Chilson include obviously Lower Stockham Farm and Holme Farm, and they are approximately over a kilometre away. In terms of listed buildings, there's 2 listed buildings within the proximity of the extraction area. These are Westford Farmhouse and the attached stables, that's to the north here, and then Westford Park Farm, again to the southeast. I thought it would be useful for members just to show some aerial photographs, just to give some context of the existing mineral workings, just to show really the scale of the operations, and to sort of demonstrate how those the workings have evolved over time, really, just to gauge a sense of scale and to see how those works progress. So this is from 2002, and so this is the processing area in the bottom left hand corner. And then immediately above that and to the right are the silt lagoon areas, which serve that processing area. To the right of the processing area, within this area within here, are formerly worked areas, which are in the process of being restored, and obviously some areas there probably in aftercare as well. From this you can see the extraction which is taking place currently, in a 2002 slide, at West Lears, and that's within this area here. So that is the current extraction area within that slide. So moving forward to 2005, you can see the restoration of this area immediately to the east of the processing area, has progressed, significantly greened up, and also the working area within West Lears to the east has developed further. And you will also note that there's the internal haul road, which now runs from the processing area to the south of the lagoons through Ross as a public highway and then into what is the Hodge Ditch working area. And you can see that soil stripping has just commenced within that area in the 2005 slide. Jumping forward to 2009, again, you can see the West Lears extraction area is now fully restored. The silt lagoons to the northeast of the processing area have started to obviously fill up from a sort of an east to west direction. They're becoming increasingly smaller, and the working area at Hodge Ditch there is progressing and increasing in its extent. So just move forward to 2015. And again, you can see the Hodge Ditch extraction area restoration has started to take place. And importantly, I think it's useful to note that the upper slopes of the, in terms of the upper slopes of the applications of the extraction area have been restored. And extraction has then commenced to the east of Hodge Ditch within this area, which is the Carter's Close application site. And that is where extraction is currently taking place. And again, this just this is the latest aerial photograph and just shows the situation as of today with Hodge Ditch restored within this area and the Carter's Close application partly restored in terms of some of its upper slopes. Just going to move on to some of the site plans for the proposed operation. This just shows it's obviously quite small detail, difficult to show on a slide, but this shows the initial operations for the extraction area, and this will principally include extraction within or the stripping of topsoils, I should say, within phase 1 to create the extraction void for the deposition of silt deposits, and also the formation of the internal haul road, which will link back through to the processing area. Moving on to phase 1, this obviously shows the extraction of mineral within phase 1 at the southern end of the site, and you can see there the topsoil buns and subsoil buns that have been formed to the east of that extraction area. You'll note that obviously we have the application boundary shown in red, but the actual extraction areas are shown in orange. So this is the extent of extraction, within phase 1, and this is the extent of the extraction within the remaining phases shown in orange. Obviously within this phase you also have the stripping of topsoils within phase 2A and the formation of the topsoil buns, again at the northern, and overburden buns I should say as well, at the northern end of the site. Again, phase 2, this just shows the progression of working. So essentially we have the working within phase 1, which we just covered at the southern end of the site. It then extraction progresses north to south. So you see it working there in phase 2A, then phase 2B within this area within here. And then at the same time you can see this is the internal haul road which runs through the site. Obviously that haul road will be subject, as extraction continues, to slight variations and alterations as the works progress. Looking at phase 3, so that's the final subwater table working within the site, and it includes the extraction of mineral within phases 3A and the edge of 3B. And then finally, this is a indicative restoration scheme, and obviously it shows again the application site boundary in red, but then the extent of the previously extracted areas in orange, with a restoration to a mixture of farmland and later pasture and nature conservation. I wanted I've got some slides and some photographs for members, just so that we can, sort of set the context really. Members can perhaps explain some of the potential impacts of the proposed development. So this first slide is taken adjacent to Westford Park Farm, and it's looking across phase 1. Phase 1 is actually the land levels, as you can see, starts to fall away, so the extraction areas are slightly further down the hill. So again, this is looking, if you like, in a northeast direction across phase 1. You have the tree screen that you can see at the back of phase 1, which is along here. And then the river axis runs behind that, and then obviously into Somerset beyond. This photograph's taking at a similar, on the edge of the extraction area within phase 1, looking towards, if you like, the principal view where I think the extraction area is probably likely to be more prominent, i.e. to the, to the west, if you like, of the site from within Somerset. So this photograph is taken on a level essentially with the edge of the extraction area, and you can see that the tree screen here does afford some screening of the site from those longer distance views from across the river, albeit obviously it's noted that this is photographs being taken in the summer with the trees in full leaf. The building you can see there just in front of you, that's the actual pump house where water is currently pumped from a borehole to Westford Park Farm. This next slide is taken, essentially these photographs progress up the site from south to north, but this is looking essentially down across phase 3B along the edge of the sort of woodland stroke hedgerow that's to be retained throughout the duration of the operations. And this just looks down the edge of that, and again you can see the tree screen at the far end of the site there, with land levels rising to the north. This photograph shows, I think quite usefully, this is along the route of the intended internal haul road. So the intended internal haul road will run up along the edge of the boundary here, adjacent to this tree screen, along the edge of phases 3B, 3A, 2B, 2A before crossing the road towards the processing area. This photograph is taken from the edge of the extraction area, looking towards Westford Park cottages, and I think it usefully shows the proximity of those cottages in relation to the extraction area. You have the public highway and 2 mature hedges between the extraction area and the cottages themselves. And those cottages are in the ownership of Westford Park Farm. Moving on further up the site, this is a photograph from looking across phase 2B. And I think this really starts to get to the heart of the issue, because you really start to see here, this is the tree screen, which offers some screening of the development from the longer distance views. But as you move further north, particularly into phases 2B and 2A, the land levels rise up, and the tree screen if essentially ends at this point, and it starts to open up the site to more exposed views from across the valley. And again, this is looking across from phase 2A, probably one of the highest points of the site, looking down across the site, across the river axe here to the over here, this to the right hand side of the slide here, you'll see the tree screen, and beyond that, that is the location of Westford Cottages and the cabin. They're located approximately 130 metres from the face of the actual mineral workings, but actually probably 60 metres in terms of the location of the dwelling itself to the actual operational area. This shows the highway running to the east of the application site, bounded by mature hedgerows, and this is in the location of just down at the very extent here is where the proposed haul road will cross the highway into the field to the east. This is looking along the hedgerow, the proposed haul road being on the other side of this screen of trees, but this is looking down again to the application site, and you can see here the this will be phase 2A within this area here, and obviously the rising land levels of the River Axe Valley beyond. This is now moving on towards the to the actual location of the haul road itself, and to show the context of that, this is a shot looking essentially northeast along the route of the proposed haul road towards Headstock Road. Headstock Road being behind this screen of trees here. This shows again the route of the proposed haul road in relation to Bateman's Farm, which you can just see through that gap in the hedge just here. Again, the haul road would continue along the edge of this hedgerow through this vegetation here, and then crossing Headstock Road before moving onwards to the processing area. This is looking up Headstock Road and shows where the proposed haul road will cross the public highway, coming from right to left, essentially, the processing area being to the left. And again, a shot taken from Headstock Road, looking along the route of the proposed haul road, where the haul road will then turn left essentially into the processing area, which is directly and immediately on the left hand side of the slide here. This is a shot just to show members the existing processing area within the site. So this shows the screening plant and the various conveyors and the welfare facilities and car parking. To the right, you can just see this is one of their stockpiles of material here. You'll notice that the processing area is set well down in relation to the surrounding ground levels, being a previously worked quarry. And this shows a shot of the existing silt lagoons located to the northeast of the processing area. And it's a small corner of these lagoons that are within the county of Somerset. This is, if you like, the current state of play within the Carter's Close extraction area. The reserves within Carter's Close are almost exhausted now. The restoration of the site has commenced, particularly in those upper slopes. You can see a water body in the base here. There's quite a lot of water at the time of the site visit. And this slide here just shows Hodge Ditch, which is the previously worked area before operations moved to Carter's Close. And just for members' benefit, this is just showing a sort of a typical example of the existing on-bound internal haul road, which links the existing extraction area to the processing area. I mentioned previously about the footpath network. I just wanted to highlight to members, this is the footpath network within Somerset and the proximity of those to the application site. So here we have obviously a footpath that comes down, or just shows the footpath network essentially within this area, and I've got some photographs that have been taken from points along this footpath network looking across the valley to the extraction area. So this first slide is taken approximately 680 metres from the application site boundary. If you can see there to the northeast, looking down towards the application site, and you can see Westford Park cottages there, just for reference, and obviously the field in front of that within here. This is the phase 2 operations, phase 2A and 2B. 2A being over here, 2B moving through here. But I think, if you like, that demonstrates quite well the openness of that particular part of the site from some of those views across the valley. Again, this is quite close. It's about 440 metres from the application site boundary. Again, you can see Westford Park cottages there highlighted, the lighter building just in here. And this is the phase 2 operations. So looking across there, you would see the operations commencing within that area from this location, particularly the upper slopes of the working area that would be within this area up here. And this is a view looking west from a public footpath approximately 500 metres from the application site boundary, moving, if you like, towards Lower Stockham Farm. And again, you look down the valley slope to the River Axe, and then beyond, you'll see the phase 2 operations within this area and extraction within this area in here. The haul road would cross over and run along the edge of this tree belt that you can see here. Again, moving along that same footpath, approximately 700 metres from the application site boundary, you can just make out Westford Park cottages through the trees here, and again this area of the application site within phase 2. There were some points, Chairman, that I'd just like to pick up on before you move on. I think it was important just to outline the mitigation and compensation elements of the proposed scheme. Obviously, the mitigation includes quarry design itself, the operational procedures proposed, the location and placement of soil bands, standoff distances, and specifically those details that are secured by condition. These include obviously phasing arrangements, noise monitoring, dust management, and and in particular the phasing and the working schemes. This is the officer's view that this mitigation reduces the impacts to an acceptable level, and in any event, if you like, on top of the mitigation, they are providing compensation through a number of means. The creation of an extended nature reserve for a period of 30 years. This is within the existing quarry itself, and includes those areas immediately to the east of the processing area that have previously been worked. They're also proposing a financial contribution of £25,000 for the construction of new footbridges within the area to help sort of the linkages in terms of public access around the area, and a financial contribution of £7,500 per annum over 10 years for the management of the AONB. I'd also like just to pick up on some points which I'd like to draw members' attention to. Likely effects on the European sites, the SAC being one. Just to confirm that Natural England and the Natural Environment team conclude there will be no likely significant effects on this designation. This is the River Axe SAC, which is located approximately 2 miles downstream of the application site. A further point that that needs to be considered is that in relation to the archaeological conditions proposed as part of the report. The conditions proposed within the report do not accurately reflect or repeat the condition recommended by the council archaeologist in his consultation response. The intention within the proposed conditions, these are numbers 27 and 28, the intention of those conditions was to actually be more thorough in terms of what was required of the applicant in the submission, but actually on reflection there is the potential for the submitted programme of archaeological work to avoid including and recording of features of all post-glacial deposits. So what I am proposing is that those two conditions, conditions 27 and 28, be replaced with a single condition as proposed by the county archaeologist. That would read, no work shall take place until the applicant has secured the implementation of a programme of archaeological work in accordance with a written scheme of investigation, which has been submitted by the applicant to and approved by the planning authority. The scheme shall cover archaeological field work together with post-excavation work and publication of the results. I think it also useful just to pick up on a couple of points. Importantly, the report was not updated to reflect the latest MPPF that was recently published. But apart from the paragraph numbering of the MPPF as quoted within the report, the advice within the framework and its main thrust is considered to be the same. Just moving very briefly, just onto dust. Dust emissions, I just wanted to highlight the fact that all impacts of dust emissions have been considered, including the impacts on nearby properties. Officers are of the opinion that those have been appropriately mitigated, and appropriate mitigation can be secured by planning condition. And just finally touching on the soil profiles, obviously the site is to be restored to a mixture of agriculture and nature conservation. I think the report acknowledges that the existing soil profile, if you like, will never be the same, or the actual capability of that agricultural producing land is likely to be decreased, but that obviously the application or the report proposes mitigation to protect those resources as far as practicable. And as you can see, Chairman, in front of you is the revised recommendation following the issuing of the further update sheet to members on the 3rd of the 9th. It should be minded that that recommendation should be amended to include the revised archaeological condition that I have just read out to members. That would conclude my presentation, Chairman.
Yes, okay, yes, I can confirm that members did have that update sheet circulated before the weekend, so obviously they've had a chance to address it as well and look at the revised recommendation as shown on the screen. Okay, well, speakers for this, we've got 6 written representations, and the ward member, Councillor Simon Christopher, who will do a virtual representation at the meeting. I have agreed, because part of this does overlap into the boundary of Somerset, and they've deferred for us to make the decision on the whole site, for the local Somerset District Council, South Somerset District Council ward members' representation to be included in these, and I hope members will be happy with that. So without further ado, over to you then, Tanisha, please.
The first objection is from Albert Lampy. I am grateful for the opportunity of addressing the members directly. I live at Lower Stockham Farm, which is across the valley from the proposed site. Firstly, this site is not included in the draft minerals plan. The inspector was satisfied that the planned supply of aggregates was adequate to meet demand without this site being included. Secondly, this major new development in an area of natural beauty must also meet the exceptional circumstances test. Dorset's area of natural beauty team and Natural England are empathetic that this test has not been met. That should be the end of the matter. Everyone I have spoken to on this side of the valley thought the application was not being pursued. I would like to expand on the inadequacies of the communication and consultation process, but my word limit does not permit, safe to say, that my email to Robert Jeffries on the 6th of February 2020 is not on your website, and it included some important points. In my representations of the 27th of March 2019 and the 6th of February 2020, I made the point that in the meantime that was allowed at that time, it was not possible for me to obtain professional help in making my representations. Now, at considerable expense and during the summer holiday period, when many have been taking a well-deserved break, we have obtained professional help, which raises considerable concerns about this application. From a layman's point of view, it seems that this application is not well researched. It is too late if the fields are dug up and then the problems are discovered. This is a very beautiful valley, and it is quite rightly designated as area of natural beauty. If this application is granted, it will make a mockery of the AONB status. The previous planning officer visited us and was very surprised to see how the new site was from this perspective. I noticed that aggregate industries are now suggesting that this application should be approved as part of facilitating a national economic recovery. I appreciate that after this pandemic, economic recovery is very important, but I ask the members not to be swayed by this argument. To destroy this area of natural beauty forever and for some decorative stone that the applicant says will only last for 4.5 years is very short-sighted. A personal note, when we bought this farm in 1999, we were also considering 2 other farms. We decided on this one because of its location and in particular was looking at an area of natural beauty which would never be developed. I plead with you to refuse this application. Albert Lampy. The second objection is from Jean Churchill. We are a dairy farm just across the railway from this applicant. Very surprised not to have been made aware of this was likely to happen. We are in an area of outstanding natural beauty, go to great lengths not to disturb wildlife. The badgers in particular should not be disrupted. This will upset the balance. We are now in a 6-monthly testing area, high risk. We certainly do not want additional badgers moving in. Grade 1 farmland is in short supply. They don't make any more. Our local village is overstretched with traffic already, particularly at Dyke Hill. Please can you give this careful consideration? AA and JM Churchill and Son. Second objection is from Mr. Salvano. Dear members of the Strategic Committee, the Planning Officer has recommended that you grant permission. I write as a local resident who, together with many others, would be profoundly affected by the proposal and urge you to reject the application. You will recall that this item was originally scheduled to be considered at the meeting on the 12th of July, but it was deferred when it became apparent that Tatworth and Forton Parish Council had not had an opportunity to comment due to a notification problem with the original communication. In the very limited time that was granted, following the postponement of your previous meeting, public awareness has been raised and there has been a swell of local opposition to the application, resulting in strong objections from Tatworth and Fulton Parish Council, the campaign to protect rural England, Jenny Kenton and Martin Wale, SSDC councillors representing the ward of Blackdown and Tatworth, as well as over 830 signatures from the public objecting within a few weeks to date. In reviewing the officers' report for the meeting on the 6th of September, we note that the recommendations and the reasons for them are unchanged since July, despite significant objections and other representations against the application having been received by a relevant department in the meantime. Stop the Quarry in Dorset Area of Natural Beauty Action Group, of which I am a member, has obtained specialist professional advice from an expert on quarry design who has conducted a detailed technical review and scrutiny of the application and identified some fundamental problems with the proposals that are consistent with many of the concerns of local people. Even in the very short time she has had to do her work, her report confirms that the opposition to this scheme is not rooted in NIMBYism. Specialist lawyers have been instructed to examine the legal and public interest implications and the way that this application has been handled, especially in relation to public consultation. The representations from these professional and legal advisors have been submitted to you and demonstrate beyond doubt that the exceptional circumstances tests supporting the planning application in the area of natural beauty are not met for any of the reasons set out in the officer's report to the committee. I and the local residents are determined to make our voices heard. Should the application be approved on the 6th of September 2021, we will seriously consider available options to challenge the decision and the process followed by the decision makers in coming to a decision. The quarrying operation objective is to extract aggregate for decorative purposes. How can this justify the destruction of an area of natural beauty? I am pleading with you to reject the application as the guardians of Dorset's countryside and heritage. M. Silvano. Representation from SSDC councillors as agreed by the chairman. Submission of objection from Jenny Kenton and Martin Wale, SSDC councillors representing the ward of Blackdown and Tatworth. As ward members for the area from opposing political parties, we strongly object to the proposal. When SSDC were consulted, we were not asked or in fact told about this application in May 2020. We have since visited the site and enjoyed the unspoilt countryside of the area of natural beauty and spectacular views. To rip up miles of hedgerows and destroy habitats of species is against all policies which relates to the creation of AONB in 1949, which was to preserve more than just the view. Area of natural beauties are the UK's richest grid squares for plants and mammals, and those in Dorset's area of natural beauty is particularly diverse because of its warmer climate. Removing minerals and stones from a site not only takes out the mined items, but also affects the composition of the soil. The soil cannot just be put back. It takes years to return to a useful produce producing field or return to the same land as was there before the extraction took place. This is ignoring the sinkage that will occur or the banked land, so the area will definitely not be reinstated as it was. Plus it is ignoring the added extraction issues of noise, dust, vibrations and erosion. The new site is a long way away from the current extraction area, and in fact a new road will have to be built to carry the stones to the processing site. This is not an extension to the existing site, but a new quarry. The only thing that will stay the same is the processing plant. It is far more visible than other local sites in the area, and replacing farmland with a water-filled pit and sloping hills is not returning the ground to what is there now. This small rural settlement and its outlying hamlets, such as Chilson and Chilson Common, will be changed forever from what is currently a farming community to a noisy stone extraction site. And if the application is approved, it will be against the consultation with Natural England. Dorset's own Area of Natural Beauty team and CPRE, please listen to the residents that this application will affect, and not the big corporation that wishes to ruin our little piece of Dorset near Somerset.
Thank you, Tanisha. Thank you very much. Right, next it's Councillor Simon Christopher. When you're ready, Simon, you want to get your video and mic on, and then you'll have.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
You'll have 3 minutes. 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you. I speak as the ward councillor for the Marshwood Vale ward on Dorset Council. The application site is on the very edge of Dorset. The amount of minerals to be quarried may appear vast, but not necessarily so compared to what has historically been quarried in the Chard Junction vicinity. What is different now from a few years ago is that Dorset Council has declared a climate emergency. However, the minerals you have been advised are strategically important, and this is why this should be an exception site, it is argued. It's important for the economy and for the prosperity, you understand. I will stress once again, you have a most unenviable task, where much needed employment is at risk. You have before you an application with an officer recommendation for approval. The proposal will impact on 4 fields directly through quarrying. However, it will also impact on other fields through the Hall Road, and the length of the Hall Road does indicate the distance from the processing plant. It will destroy considerable sections of hedgerow on what is a truly delightful section of lane. If you do not believe this proposal can be turned down by way of highways grounds, and there's been lots of comment on highways grounds, then of course you can think of turning it down on the basis of the damage to the AONB, but you have a difficult decision. And included in the pack that you probably received, there is a lot.
You're on mute, Simon. You've gone on mute.
I'll start again. I don't know whether you had an all-encompassing site visit. Will this have an impact on the AONB? Well, the notes seem to indicate that it will have a serious impact on the AONB, but probably all your wards are likely to be impacted by development. I can understand the difficulties that you also have. Do you have the inclination to reject this application against officer's recommendation? I do question that, because you've seen elsewhere that the AONB isn't entirely protected from development. You will reflect, no doubt, on whether the landscape and these few fields actually matter when there are thousands of fields in the Dorset AONB. You do have a difficult decision. Like most Dorset lanes, this one is used by large milk tanks.
10 seconds, daily. Simon. 10-second warning.
And large tractors, etc. You will be aware of the local objections. It is going to be a very difficult choice. It will impact on the landscape. Will the new biodiversity be pleasing? Is there sufficient here for you to make a decision without having a site visit? That is one of the key questions.
Could I ask you to sum up, Simon, now, please? You've had your 3 minutes. Thank you.
In summary, it is a hugely difficult decision, and ultimately you have to decide whether this does qualify as an exception site for such a large development within the AONB, given the climate emergency and the fact that there hasn't been any consideration of whether materials can actually be taken out of the site by the use of the adjoining railway, and I suspect there hasn't been sufficient cross-county cooperation with Dorset Council as what can be achieved in terms of countering the climate emergency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Fine. Now it's back to Tanisha, who will read the two representations from the applicant, one from the applicant and one from the agent.
First rep is from Chris Herbert, Planning Manager South of Aggregate Industries UK Limited. Thank you, Chair, and thank you members for providing Aggregate Industries UK Limited with the opportunity to address you today. The Westford Park Farm extension to Chard Junction Quarry will enable Dorset to continue to meet demand for aggregates within the West Dorset, East Somerset and Devon sub-region in the most sustainable manner because it is closest to the markets it serves. All other quarries in Dorset would have to travel additional mileage to supply these markets, generating more HGV, road mileage and more emissions. With our track record at Chard Junction Quarry, we believe we have demonstrated our ability to work sites within an area of outstanding natural beauty with minimal impacts on the environment whilst also restoring them to a high standard. We would therefore ask that you support your officer's recommendation to approve our application, as without it there will be a shortfall in mineral supply from Dorset at a critical time in the recovery of our economy, jeopardising the retention of jobs and investment in West Dorset. Without this extension, the existing quarry will close in 2021 with the potential loss of 8 directly employed jobs and up to a further 20 indirect jobs in the supply chain. In addition, there will be the wider knock-on effects on the local economy with the reduction in demand for local goods and services such as hauliers and the loss of local business rates. We believe this would have a significant impact on the West Dorset economy and would lead to a short-term shortfall in supply because the new sites identified in the Dorset Minerals Plan have not yet come forward and will not do so before 2025 at the earliest. Extending the life of the Chard Junction Quarry will bridge this gap and enable supply to be maintained at a critical time for our economy. We accept that there is balance to be struck with respect to working in an area of outstanding natural beauty, and as such, we have put forward a comprehensive mitigation package as part of the planning application to cover the period of working, including extending and maintaining the award-winning nature reserve at the site, which is supported by the work of local volunteers. A contribution for a new footbridge to reconnect the local rights-of-way network in the area, which was requested by Thorncombe Parish Council, who have not objected to the planning application. And a financial contribution to fund enhancement works within the wider area of outstanding natural beauty. Together, these will provide significant benefits to the local community and environment and provide further reasons to support this application. The second rep is from the operations manager. My name is Martin Self. I am the quarry's operations manager at Chard Junction Quarry, and I would like to tell members about the high environmental standards to which we work at Chard Junction Quarry. Firstly, I would like to emphasise our track record at Chard Junction, as we have worked this deposit for many years and are currently coming to an end of our most recent extension at Carter's Close. We know the deposit and therefore we know how to design our working schemes, and we know that we can deliver them. Third-party objections from people who have never even visited the site have to be balanced against our years of experience and track record of working at this location. Our restoration work has won several industry standard awards, including most recently the 2019 Mineral Products Association Biodiversity Awards. We value the work we do with the local community to manage and enhance the local nature reserve that has been created on part of the former sand and gravel workings, and we continue to work with local residents Dave Hellier and Alan Knight to deliver this. We are a local, well-established quarry which has been supplying this part of Dorset and Somerset for many years, providing a valuable source of rural jobs and providing work for local haulage companies and others within the supply chain. Approval of our extension will ensure that this can continue to be the case. Chard Junction Quarry has operated within the area of outstanding natural beauty for many years with no adverse impacts. We have demonstrated our track record to work and restore sites, and the proposed extension would simply be a continuation of our existing working practices. We have already shown repeatedly that we can and do deliver on the ground. I would therefore ask for your support. I would therefore ask that you support your officer's recommendation to approve our application, as without it, there will be a shortfall in mineral supply from Dorset at a critical time in the recovery of our economy, jeopardising the retention of jobs and investment in West Dorset.
Well, thank you. There was an awful lot there, but thank you very much for that, Tanisha. Okay, now before we go to members, is there any response from the officer to any of the comments that have been made there, please?
There's just one, just a couple of points I'd just like to draw your attention on that were raised. Obviously, one of the main ones is just the issue of consultation that's been raised. And the apparent lack of consultation that's taken place, or that's deemed to be inadequate. I mean, I would consider that the consultation that has taken place as part of the application has been adequate. We've consulted local residents who surround the application site and all statutory consultees. We've done that on the original scheme and the subsequent revision to that scheme through the Regulation 25 request. The two sort of main issues, I suppose, that have come up in terms of consultation recently that members will be aware of. One is obviously that Tatworth and Forton Parish Council were originally consulted by Dorset Council, but that old email address was used. So that was obviously the principal reason for the deferment of the application in July. And it has come to that, and whilst Dorset Council have consulted Somerset Council twice on the application, that consultation did not make its way to the Highways Department within Somerset County Highways. That's not to apportion any blame. I think in hindsight, it would have been best that specific consultation addresses had been secured from Somerset Council with regards to the Highway Authority, the local members, and indeed the Minerals and Waste team within there. That's the only point I'd like to pick up on at this stage, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert. Thanks. Now we're going to move to, first of all, if I can ask for any member questions for clarity on what you've had so far before we move into the debate proper. And just before we do that, I'd like to welcome Shane Bartlett to the meeting, who unfortunately was delayed by a previous meeting. Shane is aware that he won't be able to take part in the debate or vote on this item because he hasn't heard the officer's presentation. But I have got some speakers, some questioners on the screen. And my first one is Sherry Jesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask Robert a question through you, please. I would like to hear a little more, Robert, about the conditions or the proposals for restoring the site. You've told us that, and we know that there are conditions for mitigation, and compensation, the footbridge and a financial contribution to the wider area, and this is all to the good. But of course, mitigation and compensation is not quite the same thing as restoring the site. And I was looking at the pictures that you put on the screen there of the restoration work that's been done so far, and I wasn't delighted with what I saw there, but I appreciate it was just photographed. So I do think that one of the things that we members need to hear a bit more about is the restoration of the site, what we have conditioned and what the plans are for that, because that will be a key point about whether or not we feel able to support this. If we feel that at the end of the life of this quarry, the site will be restored adequately. So could you say a little more about that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, Thank you, Sherry. Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So obviously the scheme that was shown within the presentation is if you like, an indicative restoration scheme showing how proportionately the site will be, if you like, allocated in terms of nature conservation, broadly where the water bodies will be, the re-establishment of hedgerows across the site, the tree planting and the areas that will be restored to pasture. I think what's critical to note is obviously that we have secured through the planning conditions details, precise details of site restoration and landscape. They are conditions 17 and 18 of the conditions detailed within paragraph 17 of the report. They require the submission of detailed schemes of restoration and landscaping to be approved by the Mineral Planning Authority for the extraction area, the internal haul road, the silt lagoon, and indeed the mineral processing area, because obviously this application doesn't just relate to the extraction area. Those details will include planting plans to include schedules of plants, species, written specifications of cultivation and other operations associated with plant and grass establishment, the scheme for the currently block culverts, implementation, phasing and timescales of that site restoration and landscaping. Obviously, once those details have been submitted, we will consult with relevant consultees within Dorset Council, including the Natural Environment team, to ensure that the details submitted obviously deliver what is intended to be to be delivered, essentially.
Okay, Sherry.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Next on the list is Belinda Rydell.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for Robert. I think maybe my question has already been answered by the photographs you showed in your very comprehensive report, but there have been a lot of concerns from the public about the actual working on site and safety. What is the track record of the applicant with regards to working on site, safety and the final restoration? From the photographs, it looked pretty good. That's my first question. And may I ask another question, Chairman?
Yes, okay.
Carrying on from what Councillor Jesperson has just raised. You have a condition 18, aftercare. It's a 10-year scheme and strategy for aftercare management of each phase of the operations. So it's 3 phases. Is that long enough? Because from what I'm hearing, it takes a long time to re-establish through restoration the landscape. So is that long enough time to give it? And what happens after that 10 years? Does it just revert back to the land owner's ownership? Perhaps you could just clarify, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So in terms of site safety, obviously site safety was an issue that was raised within the technical report commissioned by the objector group fairly recently. I'm not aware of any safety issues that have occurred within the existing quarries within at Chard Junction, namely Carter's Close and Hodge Ditch, and they're the two that I've been involved with since my time at Dorset Council. I think it's important to note that obviously, the detailed design, the very detailed design, if you like, has yet to be undertaken by the applicants, and further detailed work will be done in terms of assessing slope stability and slope angles. Also, it's important to note that there are other regulations that cover the safety at mines and quarries that the applicants will be duty bound by. In terms of the aftercare, yes, we've got the aftercare condition. There's a 10-year scheme of aftercare. That, in my opinion, is actually a significant period of aftercare. We would normally look at 10-year schemes of aftercare on usually heathland sites in particular, just because they are particularly difficult to establish, and the nature of the vegetation and the habitat essentially that you're trying to create. Typically on more if you like agricultural restoration schemes, you might look at something like 5 years. So I'm certainly satisfied that 10 years will give the Mineral Planning Authority enough time through obviously the monitoring of that scheme over the years to ensure that what we get back to is an appropriate after use, and actually what is intended is actually delivered. And obviously after those 10 years, then yes, the scheme, the site would then revert back to, it's essentially, it's outside of the aftercare scheme. So, it is then to the landowner to decide how that site is essentially used.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
David Took.
Thank you, Chair. Just for some clarification, I think, first of all, my understanding is that this site is not in the Dorset Minerals Plan, and that the material to be extracted is not something which is of great local need. The site is in the AONB, and paragraph 172 of the NPPF does say that proposals should be refused for major development other than if exceptional circumstances demonstrate it's in the public interest. Can I just get some clarification on those 4 points, please?
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think probably useful to talk about land banks. I think as part of the proposal, just in terms of need, it's been highlighted, I think, in some of the representations that essentially Dorset, doesn't need the mineral because the land bank is over sort of the 7 years supply. I think the same comments have been made in respect to Devon as well. I mean, land banks are clearly relevant to the proposal, and the report sets out the most relevant sort of land banks availability that were available at that time. I think it's important to note that the land bank calculations include no spatial distribution of the reserves relative to each other, and obviously the other markets, relative to each other and the markets that they serve. I think this is particularly relevant, in the case of Chard. I think in my opinion, an exceedance in land bank in itself should not preclude the assessment of proposals that are not included as identified sites, and I think indeed the development plan allows for that, to allow for that spatial distribution of reserves, and also, an adequate land bank provision in itself does not mean that a case for exceptional circumstances, can't exist. On the subject of specific land banks, I would like to draw members' attention to a recent publication by Devon Council. This is the 10th Devon Local Aggregate Assessment from August 2021, so this has just been published. And there's a couple of extracts that I think are particularly relevant to the current situation. And this says that the land bank for sand and gravel calculated using the average of sales over the past 10 years has this year fallen below the 7 years minimum required by the NPPF. That's currently standing at 5.7 years. Approximately 90% of the sand and gravel reserves are located within the Budleigh-Salterton pebble beds. However, all of these are located within the northern area of the pebble beds. This is Town Farm and Hillhead quarries, following the cessation of extraction in the southern area. It notes that no further provision for landrun sand and gravel is made within the Cornwall local plan. And just referring back to the Budleigh-Salterton pebble beds within Devon, it states that the proportion and size of the gravel decreases from south to north, while the proportion of fines, so that's silt and sand, essentially increases. So as the size of the quartzite pebbles decrease northwards, it follows that the proportion of gravel that is crushable and therefore capable of yielding the higher specification road surfacing materials will reduce further. So essentially those deposits within those quarries to the north that are within Devon are quite sand rich, and don't include the levels of the quality of gravel that you would find within Chard.
Very technical answer, Rob, but thank you.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunately it's quite a technical point, and it's quite difficult to look at land banks purely on a purely looking at the figures in terms of land bank provision, because we're talking about river terrace, obviously sand and gravels, and then obviously you're looking at the split within the market of decorative market and the construction market, and obviously you members will be aware that representations with regards to the decorative market have been made, and the market that Chard currently serves. I mean, the decorative market is not the only market that Chard serves. It actually serves a construction market as well, and I think it's still valuable to that construction market as well. So yeah, that's my view on the sort of the land bank side. I mean, obviously there are other points to make about sort of the uniqueness of the mineral at Chard, which I think has been put forward by the applicants, and I think members are aware of.
So,
okay, all right, David.
Does this account to exceptional circumstances in the public interest?
Well, I wonder, David, whether we want to come to that. Sorry to interrupt there. Whether we come to that in the general debate, maybe. So I've got a list of members wanting to ask maybe questions of clarity. Do you mind? You can come back on that during the debate, obviously. That's a very good point to raise. Thank you. Now I've got Alex Brenton, but Alex, I've got you twice on the screen. One says question, please. The other says RTS in turn, please. So are you asking for 2 stabs, or is it a question first?
Well, I was just going to ask to speak, and of course I always forget we're supposed to ask questions first. Sorry. So the question is, I've read through the report. In the end, the Natural England report comments say that 453 meters of hedge will need to be replaced. Could you sort of scroll back and show us the plan of the site so we can sort of see where the hedges that are going to be taken, because there's a bit of there's 2 or 3 different figures in the report, obviously different iterations of this plan. And can you just confirm in my head where they actually are going to be taken out and where they're going to be replaced? I know you've got a very good plan there somewhere.
Certainly, I can. If I can share my screen again, I will go back to the presentation. If you bear with me, Chairman, I will just try and find a relevant plan. Sorry, this is a bit small, Chairman, but I think this shows principally, obviously, this hedgerow here at the southern end of the site is being retained. Originally that was proposed to be removed, but the scheme was modified to include the retention of that. These two hedgerows here across the site running east to west are significant lengths of hedgerow that will be removed as part of the development. There are also sections of hedgerow where the proposed haul road obviously breaks through adjacent to the on the edge of the extraction area, if you like, and crosses the public highway here. And then a further section within this location where it then turns north and heads along the proposed haul road. Apologies, I'm just trying to see if I can find another plan which shows the haul road. So looking at the constraints, this is the slide where I've just showed. So it's breaking through this section here. Then there'll be another breaking through the hedgerow within this area here. There are some general guidance notes that are sort of used by the natural environment team for the replacement of hedgerows within associated, loss of hedgerows associated with development. In case of minerals, my understanding is they don't tend to apply them on a like-for-like basis or at the same ratio that are proposed for other forms of development because of the uniqueness of the restoration schemes and the nature of the restoration schemes. And I'm having spoken to my natural environment colleague and Annabelle King, my understanding is that whilst the replacement hedgerows fall short of what is proposed within their guidance, on the whole, the scheme is acceptable in terms of replacement vegetation.
Okay, thank you. Mary Penfold.
Thank you, Chairman. I did actually go out and have a look at the site yesterday, and one of the questions that I would like to ask is, this haul road passes by some residential development, and obviously I'm sure there's concern regarding the dust. Will the lorries be sheeted when they leave the site?
My understanding is that the minerals won't be sheeted when they leave the site. The actual mineral, because of the nature of the mineral when it's dug, it's actually not too dry. It's because of its moisture content. So actually the principal concern in terms of the haul road usage will actually be dust being emitted off the surface of the haul road, rather than natural dust coming out of, if you like, the actual back of the loads themselves. I'll just point the chairman to the conditions within the committee report where we have a dust management scheme, and obviously we will be looking at measures for dust mitigation and suppression throughout obviously both the extraction area and the haul road itself throughout the duration of the operations, and essentially we'll ensure that it's the timings of the work are critical, and obviously making sure that appropriate measures are on hand to dampen surfaces, etc., and indeed stop work altogether, stop movements of vehicles if there is an identified problem.
Thank you. That's really very reassuring to know that we could do something if that happens. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Jean Dunseith.
Thank you, Chairman. Am I up? Yeah. Well, thank you, Chairman. Alex, she asked one of the questions that I was going to ask about these 453 metres of hedges. But anyway, I have two questions. One is the size of the bunds. Apparently, they should be 3 or 4 metres, but some of them are going to be 5 metres high. Could Robert point out on the map or the plan, please, exactly where these 5 metre bunds are going to be? And also the rerouting of footpath, I believe it's 44/60. I see it going across the top, either 2A or 2B of the site. And I just wondered if on the map, Robert could point out where it may be proposed to reroute? Thank you, Chairman.
Is that possible? Can we get that slide up?
Yes, yeah. In terms of the rerouting, my understanding is that it will be rerouted to something along the lines of its existing course. I can certainly point out, yes, as the member points out, the proposed diversion is to run, if you like, the footpath comes into the site, essentially turns north and runs around the top edge of the site. Then it would upon cessation of mineral operations and the restoration, that would be diverted back to its original course. In terms of the landscape bunds, Chairman, you just have to bear with me because I'm just trying to find, if you could bear with me for a minute or two, just so I can actually find a detailed plan, because it's quite hard to see in detail the actual, and I just want to remind myself of the precise locations of those, those taller bunds. Would that be okay?
Yes, that's fine. Just take your time.
Thank you. You could bear with me, Chairman. I'm still searching for that. Just bear with me.
Okay. Are we there?
Yes, we are getting there. Sorry for the delay.
No, that's all right. Better that to get the thing absolutely right. Thank you.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just wanted to come to this slide here. So just to highlight the top, this northernmost bund is a topsoil bund that's at 3 meters high. That's at the northern end of the site. That second one, this next overburden, is actually 5 meters high. This one here, within phase 2A. And those bunds adjacent to the Hall Road, further to the east, are 2 meters high. And indeed this one down here to the south of the Hall Road. Sorry, I'm just moving south across the site. And my understanding, just looking at the contours within this this overburden within here is also 5 meters high. But obviously, members will be aware that I think because of the length and the distance between obviously the highway here or the edge of the application site and the extraction area, you can get quite a shallow gradient, on this topsoil bund, which obviously really helps in the assimilation of bunds, because essentially you have more of a sort of a natural profile. It's where you have steeper bunds at a short, over a shorter distance, where the impact is more severe.
Okay, well, I think you've made that as clear as you're able to with what you've got available. Okay.
Sorry, Chairman. Just on this slide as well. Just the route of the proposed footpath was the other question that was answered.
Yes.
This flows up that direction, up so sort of, if you like, the eastern boundary of the application site before running along the northern boundary there. Apologies that took so long.
No, that's all right. And thank you, Jean, for that challenging question. Hopefully that's given you some clarification. Next question is from Kelvin Clayton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question's been partially answered, but I would like some more clarity, please, on... It seems to me the key issue of this is how it meets the exceptional circumstances test, and I would like some more clarity on how it's considered it does, particularly in relation to the consideration for the need for development, and particularly in relation to, I understand it, the majority will be for the supply of decorative aggregate, and Part C, detrimental effect, and particularly in reference to Dorset's landscape officer, who obviously thinks it doesn't meet the test. So I'd like some more clarity, please, on how Rob thinks it does.
Thank you, Kelvin.
Thank you. Yes. No, I mean, obviously we touched on land bank, and I think the issue is this. This really goes to the heart of the issue. It's about supply, and it's about whether there are sufficient reserves or adequate reserves or similar reserves, if you like, within reasonable proximity of the existing site. I think the first question I suppose you could ask is, would the mineral come from somewhere else? How would the market react and adapt to charred closing? Obviously, it's a difficult question to answer. It's probably, it would require sort of an in-depth analysis of market, supply, alternatives, the practicality and deliverability of alternatives, cost, consumer trends, which I think is probably beyond the scope of a planning application. But I think we can make reasonable assumptions on what a likely scenario would be, and I think it's reasonable to assume that products that have been, if you like, in circulation within a local area, and that is where essentially it's important to note that the majority of this mineral is being distributed to Somerset and Devon. If that mineral has been within that area for decades and used by individuals, by companies, by the industry, I don't believe that would be simply, if we replaced, if you like, you can't replace that with a product that looks completely different and indeed provides a different function. I think those supplying and using that product would simply look to more distant sources to provide, a similar product as possible to that which has been lost at charred. And I think where would that mineral come from? I think it's impossible to make an accurate determination of increased mileage, because this is essentially what we're talking about. We're talking about the harm to the OMB, obviously in the exceptional circumstances, in part being the increased mileage from alternative supplies, essentially. And I suppose you can take an example such as Woodford Quarry, which is located quite centrally within Dorset. That's probably the nearest quarry that provides a resource which is similar to that which is currently worked at charred. It probably doesn't quite meet the same decorative spec, if you like, as the charred quarry, but it's certainly you know, it's certainly up there. I think what would be useful to members, just to give a sort of a bit of an example, in terms of mineral supply. Sorry, bear with me a second, Chairman. In discussion on this very point with the applicants back in October 2020, the applicants provided some correspondence to confirm the sustainability benefits of the development. And I would just like to read this section out to you, if I may. To confirm the sustainability benefits of being able to maintain a supply of sand and gravel from Chard Junction Quarry to supply the Somerset Devon market, we have undertaken a mileage comparison based on actual 2019 sales data to demonstrate the increase in mileage that would occur if the quarry closes. The most significant single delivery source is the Ufcoln bagging plant in Devon, which received 42,000 tonnes of charred aggregate in 2019. Now to supply, so this is to supply just that bagging plant with 42,000 tonnes of gravel per year. If that were to come from Woodsford alone, which is, this is a theoretical point, I suppose, but it's certainly relevant. If you were to supply, because that material's got to come from somewhere, if you're going to supply that from Woodsford, that's an extra 94,000 extra miles per year of HGV traffic on the highway network, given the journey lengths from Woodsford to the bagging plant and back again. So that is certainly not insignificant. And then actually, in my view, there are other sources of aggregate which are further away. So actually, in reality, you know, you might be looking at significantly greater distances than 94,000 miles per annum to transport the material that would come from Chard, you know, and that's just going to one particular source. And I think it's worth noting, just, you know, I'm aware, you know, as an officer, there are minerals, you know, such as type 1, which is, you know, quite a low cost mineral, if you like, that does travel significant distances. So, you know, in my opinion, and the opinion of officers, is that, you know, when that market ceases, you know, if Chard were to close, you know, the market is going to look for alternative products, and those alternative products are not nearby. You know, they're not in East Devon, you know, they're not in Somerset, and they're not, you know, in the, you know, the next nearest one would be, you know, be looking at Woodsford for a similar product.
Thank you. I know it's a difficult one to answer precisely, but thanks for that information. Okay, Belinda, you come back again. Have you got a second question?
Yes, sorry, Chairman. Just
Okay.
a couple of points of clarification, please. So I know I've read it, but I can't find it. Two things. Going back to the hedges and the hedge loss of 453 metres, I'm sure I've read that there's going to be new hedges of 477 metres. And from the plan, it looks like there's 2 rows of hedges cutting across the site when it's being restored, in keeping with the landscape character. And secondly, the bunds that we've been talking about, I know there's a lot of concern about these bunds, but they will become part of the landscaping. They will not be as high as that once the restoration has been completed. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, Chairman, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, obviously the actual topsoil bunds and the overburden bunds will only be there for as long as, you know, they are essentially needed. I mean, obviously, as soon as an area is worked, then those topsoil bunds will be spread, if you like, across you know, the previously worked areas. And then integrated, as you say, back into the restoration. And I think what's important to note, particularly for phases 2A and 2B, so those that are most visible, as soon as those upper phases of those works, so these are the slopes on the easternmost side of the extraction area, higher up the slopes. They're the slopes that are more visible from views across the valley. So as soon as those slopes have been worked by mineral, we will secure, through the phasing scheme within the conditions of the application, schemes that ensure that the topsoil bunds and the material is drawn down across those areas, so that those higher, more visible areas are restored at the earliest practicable opportunity.
Okay.
And sorry, just to go back to your point on the hedgerow, did you want confirmation as to where the replacement hedgerow?
I can see, I found it on the plan now that there's two replacement hedgerows.
So essentially, the length of the hedgerow replacement is similar to that which has been lost. Essentially, it's just that in the guidance notes, which and I can't recall the exact guidance. We may have to go to Annabelle King, who potentially could add some further clarification. But they actually, because obviously what you're losing is of a greater, if you like, ecological importance to what could immediately be replaced. They ask for a greater ratio on certain types of development, but obviously within a minerals area such as this, there are other forms of planting that can take place, such as tree planting and wider planting within the area, which is the case within this application.
The thing is that the hedgerow is going back similar to what was there, what would have been there before.
Yeah, yes, indeed, that's correct, and they are along similar lines, if not the same lines, as the to restore that historical sort of field boundary alignment, even though obviously we're at a much lower or a lower gradient in terms of the restoration profile.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I've got Alex Brenton wants to come back with a quick question. I think I'm going to say that will be probably the last question before we move into debate proper. So Alex, if you've got a quick one.
Yes, the reason that this place is next to Chard Junction is because this has always been a freight junction on the main train line. I don't know, I mean, and when I was a young girl living in the area, the heavy trains coming out of Chard Junction, if they don't carry milk, they carried stone. Is any substantial amount of traffic of this aggregate going on the train system? Because I would have said one of the advantages of this particular site is it is not far from a mainline station, or junction, freight junction. Is it used at the moment? And are there any plans to increase rail transport of aggregates? Because that would be, should we say, to the benefit of the sort of climate change discussion, rather than just using HGVs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, just to highlight, no, I'm not aware that any of the mineral that comes out of Chard is transported by rail freight. And I'm not aware of any plans for that to take place. I mean, clearly there is the potential given the proximity, and it's certainly a reasonable question to ask. I think one of the major issues would concern obviously forming the necessary infrastructure, and obviously that's not just at the loading point, but actually the unloading point. Another infrastructure issue would obviously having enough space to store all of that product in one location at the unloading point for then to be transported to market. I think in terms of highway safety and capacity and congestion issues, apologies, around the actual site itself, you would still have those same issues or the same potential issues that you have at present. Obviously, the existing the existing, if you like, HGVs are already on the network. You would have those same traffic impacts immediately surrounding the site. I mean, it's a difficult one to answer, because I think you would question whether it would reduce road miles by a meaningful amount. I think if the markets are quite dispersed around the local area, for example, in Devon and Somerset, if you then took that mineral on a freight train to a centralized, if you like, depot, but then that mineral still has to then be transported from that depot to the relevant markets. So obviously that location would have to be very central, and at the end of the day, what you have in terms of Chard is quite central to the markets that it serves. You've got some quite significant areas of urban areas, Chard, Axminster, places like that, were actually within reasonable proximity to the site. So obviously, you know, a reasonable question to ask, but I think you know, it's not something that is, like I say, is currently being used, and there are no plans for that to be used as far as I'm aware. And I think obviously we have to consider the application that is, you know, that is before us, and you know, that includes you know, at this moment in time, just the use of HGV vehicles.
Chairman, may I add a very quick comment, please? Trevor Badley.
Yes, come on in, Trevor.
Thank you. Just on, again, as Rob said, it's a very good question to ask, the issue of moving aggregate by rail. And we looked at it when we were preparing the Dorset Mineral Sites Plan, particularly in the context of Roadshot Hill down in Christchurch. And it was investigated in more detail, but some of the main issues are the cost of building the, as Rob mentioned, the infrastructure to allow trains, if you like, get off the main line to stop, to load and unload. The cost of building that kind of halt is huge, and it could possibly be justified if you had a large quarry that was going to run for years and years. So, for example, in Somerset, there are some big hard rock quarries that are served by rail, and the cost, the investment is justified. For a relatively small aggregates sand and gravel quarry, I'm sure the applicants would probably say they could not justify the expense. The other issue is that, as Rob was saying, when you load the aggregate onto a train, it usually goes quite a long distance, and then it's shifted, you know, it's used in wherever it goes to, and there is still a local demand. So in the case of Roadshot in Christchurch, the general view was if some kind of halt was built, the aggregate would go up to London, and there would still be local demand that would have to be met by lorries. So I'm not, you know, I'm using a different site as an example, but I just thought I would add those comments. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that is useful information. Thank you, because I think it's a very good point that's been brought up there, and thank you, Alex, for that. Now, Simon Christopher's asked if he can respond. Well, I'm sorry, Simon, you've had your time, and I can't allow you to get involved in any debate. I'm sorry about that, but right, I'm going to open this up to general debate now. And actually, on my list here, I mean, if I go back to you, Alex, because you had a point of that you wanted to raise in general, I believe. So I'll give you first dibs at that. Okay.
Okay. Right. Where was I going to start with? Just to set the scene, I haven't done a site visit this time, but this is an area I visit regularly, and I was particularly interested in the view from the Devon side, from across the river, and I can see that there will be, let's hope, a temporary scar, but because you are normally down low looking up, the tree cover and the proposed tree planting schemes and edges will blur it a bit. But this has always been a sort of an up and downy sort of landscape, and I think it is really, to a large extent, it's the landscape effect during and after that concern us most. I leave it to Dave Took and some of the others to think in terms of the nitty gritty of the NPPF. I am thinking of what the people in the area will have to adapt to for the next 7 to 10 years. The 5-metre bunds concerned me to start with, but of course they're to the north and the south. So if you are looking from the south or from the north, that height will actually blur it quite a bit. So I think that is not as bad as I originally thought. I am concerned about the Westwood cottages, the actual cottages, which seem to be probably the ones who are going to be most affected, because the 5-metre bund tends to shield the other properties in the area. So I am concerned that their, should we say, quality of life will deteriorate quite considerably. But then I also looked at the decibel levels in the recommendations of 45 decibels, which is considerably less than a combine or a tractor cutting hedges. Now, I know you don't have combines going all year, but you do have them going for seriously long daylight hours during harvest, like at the moment. And you could say that hedge cutting and such like is stop and start. So although the noise level of 45 is acceptable, it will be quite an imposition, particularly when they're doing phase one, when the depths and the building will be, or the digging will be closer to those properties. So looking at the hours of working that are proposed, I think it says 7 till 1900 hours as a proposal of working hours. That is quite excessive. And if you're thinking in terms of, you know, enjoying your peace and quiet of an evening, I would suggest that could we bring that shorter so it finishes like during the working day. HGV type working often starts early, I can understand, but it would be nice if it could finish at 5 in the afternoon and then you have the evening peace, because I think that is going to be the most the biggest impact on, sorry, I'll sit a bit further away, biggest impact on the neighbours. The hedges are interesting because you never want to see an established hedge taken down. But having talked to the Dorset Wildlife Trust the other week, and they said, don't get too obsessive about hedges. Hedges are just scrub in a line. So regenerating scrub in a field corner is just as good for wildlife as replanting a linear hedge. And I thought that was an interesting thought that we should take. You know, don't get too obsessed with lines. Think in terms of the largest amount of biodiverse planting one can fit in. And if that's a corner as opposed to a line, that's actually better. I was worried about the rail transport, and I still think that that is a missed opportunity. But at the same time, going forward, you know, we don't know how things are going to be in 10, 15 years. This place might be worked out, but in the same time, even in the next 10 years, the economics of moving heavy loads by HGV as opposed to rail transport may change things. And the fact that it is so close to a depot, I would have said, had to be an advantage and possibly an exceptional circumstance. So I am still quite, what's the word, conflicted on this one. I tend to be looking at it at the moment. I'm looking at it sort of favourably, but I'd like to hear what everybody else says. But I've just thrown a few points in there. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, on the point about hours, I think probably if we get any proposal, we could condition hours on that. I'm not quite sure. I'll look to officers for a response on that.
Thank you, Councillor. I would quite like to hear from Phil Crowther, if we may, on the legal side in terms of how we may sort of look at that as a process.
Are you there, Phil?
Chairman, yes, I'm here. Well, the normal, sorry, my camera's off. The normal rules for imposing conditions would apply. So the normal tests about them being reasonable, proportionate, related, and enforceable. And there's another one that escapes me for the moment. So those normal tests would apply for imposing any condition, and including changing a condition which has been recommended to a differently worded condition. So if members felt that there was a planning justification for changing the working hours by condition, and that reason was a proper planning reason, then that's a perfectly proper exercise of your discretion and your decision-making powers.
Okay, yeah, fine. It's always good to get the legal side of it, I must say. Thank you for that. David Took.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not at the moment persuaded that this development is essential. The requirement for material is fairly is not strong, I don't think. It's not in the Dorset Mineral Plan originally, and it is in the AONB. It's a very complicated issue. There are a number of good reasons for allowing development and a number of reasons for not. On balance, my opinion at the moment is coming down in favour of the NPPF paragraph 172, which is saying that great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape, and the scale and extent of development within these areas should be limited. And it says planning permission should be refused other than in exceptional circumstances. And I'm not convinced that exceptional circumstances have been demonstrated, nor am I convinced that the development of the extension, we're calling it an extension, it is effectively a new quarry, but let's leave it as extension. I don't believe that this extension is in the public interest within the AONB. Now, if this was outside of the AONB, then I think it would be much easier to approve it. But at the moment, I'm leaning towards refusal on this, basically because it doesn't meet the necessary tests of exceptional circumstance and public interest in order to go ahead within the AONB. So I would argue in favour of refusal. Thank you.
Is that a proposal?
Yes, it can be. On those grounds, the fact that it doesn't fit with paragraph 172 of the NPPF is a fairly straightforward and I think probably overwhelming ground for refusal. So on that basis, I would propose that we refuse this application.
Is there a seconder before I move on to other speakers? Is there a seconder for this, please?
Yes, Chair, it's Councillor David Bolwell. I'll second that.
Okay. Right, so we've got a proposal to refuse based on not being able to approve exceptional circumstances in light of the NPPF guidelines, and that's been seconded. I have got other speakers, so before we move any further, I think I will let the other speakers come in if you're happy with that.
Yeah, very happy.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So I've got Sherry Jesperson next.
Thank you, Chairman. That's now we've had a proposer and a seconder. It slightly alters what I was going to say. I am very persuaded by Councillor Took's remarks there about that it's very difficult to be convinced of the exceptional circumstances here. We're being asked to we're being asked to agree that the harm that's being done, the considerable harm that's being done to the amenity for the neighbouring cottages and to the AONB is offset by the sustainability argument, which I'm not quite at the point of saying I can't support it, but it's really thin, and by the unique characteristics of this particular decorative gravel. I have to say, Mr. Chairman, I will listen to what colleagues have to say, but I have yet to be convinced, but I am open to be convinced that we have a case for approving this. What I would like to say, however, if we once we put the first proposal to the vote, if we then do go on to discuss approving it, I would like to propose a condition that we reduce the operating hours on grounds of the impact on the amenity of the neighbouring cottages, and I would like to propose that they are stopped at 6 p.m. in the evening, and no working on Sundays and public holidays. But we'll come to that. We're not there yet, but I would like just to say that I would like to propose that if and when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. We'll keep that one in abeyance. Thank you very much. Belinda Rydell.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, this is a very tricky one, and I've been sat here contemplating. I've read everything and read all the concerns and the report over and over again. But on balance, for me, I'm coming down on the side of approving the application for the reasons of the exceptional circumstance. There's no like-for-like supply of this anywhere else in Dorset, and there could potentially be a shortfall in supply. And more importantly, the sustainability, seeing we've declared a climate emergency, and that's very important to me. The application is using the existing mineral processing facility, which is good. There could be an impact on the local economy, of course, if the quarry closes. And looking at it, I mean, it looks like a huge undertaking, but in fact, it's in phases, and we've got to remember that. And each time there's restorative action taken. So I accept the main concerns will be phase 2A and B, because they're obviously going to be the most visible. But going on the applicant's track record, I think they've been making a really good job, and I think they'll make a really good job of this. So all in all, I would be happy to support the recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also have read the reports many times. I undertook a site visit as well last Friday to see firsthand this area of outstanding natural beauty, and I must admit I was very impressed with the area. It does look beautiful, but that emotions left aside, I totally agree with Councillor David Took. I've got real concerns over this exceptional circumstances justification. I've looked through the objectors' notes that have been sent through, which were very, very helpful. I see lots of references to NPPFs, all of which I feel have some merit. I've compared it with the planning officer's report. I note, and I think this is quite important, that nobody seems to have brought up yet, that Natural England object, Dorset AONB object due to detrimental effects. Our Dorset landscape officer has significant adverse, he feels that significant adverse landscape impact on the character of the area of outstanding natural beauty, and we quote NPPF 177C. So I do feel that these the objections, some of the objections that I've seen here do have great merit and are robust enough that should we decide to refuse, that they should stand up to an inspector, because I'm very, very sure that that the minute that this is refused, should it go that way, that AI will put an appeal in immediately. So I do feel that we need to be careful, should we go down the route of refusing, to make sure that we quote the correct policies and they are robust. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Thanks for that. Kelvin Clayton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Has my camera's come on. I'm also minded to go with the proposal. I am not convinced the exceptional circumstances have been met. I too visited the site last Friday. I think my main concern here is the exceptional circumstances test asks for there to be a need for the development, and I do not think decorative aggregates meets a need. And interestingly, there was some comment earlier about the difference between NPPF 2019 and 21 and how the wording is practically the same. There is one significant difference on sustainable development, and paragraph 7 of the 21 version actually refers to the 17 global goals for sustainable development. Goal 12 of which is responsible consumption and production. and I don't think we should be encouraging in an AONB production of decorative aggregate, and that's my main reason for supporting the rejection.
Okay, thank you very much, Kelvin. Noted. Right, I've got no more speakers now on the screen, so we've got a proposal on the table to refuse the application on the grounds of not meeting exceptional circumstances. In accordance with, somebody will have to get me the right numbers from the MPPF, I'm afraid, but that is the summary. It doesn't meet that exceptional circumstances and the need for this particular aggregate. Can we get the numbers out for that?
Yeah, Chair, under the 21 version, it's paragraphs 176 and 177.
Phil Crowther, you want to come in on that?
Thank you, Chairman. I think for the proposer and the seconder, they need to set out in a little bit more detail the reasons why they don't consider the exceptional circumstances test are met, because the officer's report sets out why they are. I think members need to explain why they disagree with that as part of the reason. Thank you.
Okay, well, David Took was the proposer, so do you want to come in on that, David, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's quite straightforward. Exceptional circumstances are required to do this in an AONB. If it was not in an AONB, then I think it would be a far easier decision. But I am not convinced, and I hear what the officers say, but nothing that they've said convinces me that this is exceptional, an exceptional reason. There's some reasonable reasons, there's some fairly good reasons, but they're not exceptional. And I don't see this as being in the public interest within an AONB, which is a place we are specifically asked to treasure, to protect and enhance biodiversity, geodiversity within AONB. So I think it's a case of weighting in terms of how heavy we weight things, and I'm not persuaded that the officers' contention that it is an exception, and I'm not sure, have they actually said, have the officers said this is an exceptional site? So no, I think that's about as much as I need to say. I'm just not convinced that it's exceptional.
Okay, well, I'm sure that we can have this put in the proper form of words and we get the appropriate MPPF numbers in. If I can just go back to Phil, I mean, you've heard what the members had to say there. I think he's been pretty clear on what the stance is as a recommendation.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, would it be fair, Councillor Took, essentially to be that you don't consider that the circumstances which have been put forward as exceptional outweigh the harm to the AONB? Is that? That's
pretty much precisely the wording I would have chosen. Thank you.
That's why we have him on the call.
In that case, Chairman, I wonder whether it would be appropriate to have a short adjournment so that officers can consider an appropriate form of wording for the reasons for refusal, and then what we would normally do is read them out and see if councillors Took and Bolwell think that they accurately reflect their position, and if they don't, then we can have a further discussion to make sure that they do before going to the vote.
I would approve of that anyway, because we're coming up to just over 2 hours now, and I think we should be looking at having maybe a comfort break anyway.
Mr. Chair, before you, sorry,
yes, Vice Chairman.
Yes, before you do that, could I, without wishing to put words into the mouths of the proposer and seconder, might they want to include also reference to the impact on the amenity of the residents in the 2 nearby cottages. I know that there were 1 or 2 speakers today who've also considered that quite a strong case. So I merely suggest that it's up to them if they want to include that, but they might like to put that as the second point.
Yeah, thank you, Sherry. Yes, David.
I appreciate that point. I think it is a good point, but I'm looking at this purely in terms of planning law and likely consequences at appeal. And I think that rather than have some weak grounds, and I think in terms of planning, that's a slightly weaker ground. To my mind, the overriding thing is NPPF says don't do it unless there are exceptional circumstances, and I can't see any exceptional circumstances.
I think yours is a good point, Sherry. Very good point. But David's quite firm on what he wants to do, so we need the words prepared. I think.
Yes.
Okay, Alex Brenton, and then we're going to adjourn the meeting for the words. Okay.
Hi, thanks. Can I just bring it back? The reason that you quarry in any particular place is because that's where the material is. You can't quarry for decorative gravel in a place that doesn't have it, for example. But if this was refused and put back, that gravel is still there at a later date when we're desperate for gravel, God knows what. It's not as though we're sterilizing the site. We're just saying perhaps in these conditions now. So it's not as though we've stopped at a later date. This is almost like our land bank. I would hope that the officers would think in terms of putting it into the mineral policy in its next iteration, as it is a resource. I would say possibly the only exceptional circumstances about this site is the depth and quality of the gravel. It's a deeper bed than we normally get. And speaking from the horticultural side, it's a very valued decorative gravel. But I quite accept that legally in an AONB, it is not exceptional, as in we need to do it now.
Yeah, okay.
Will it go into the mineral bank or mineral history?
Yeah, your point is well made, but we're looking obviously at the application as it stands in front of us, and not what might happen in the future on this. So the point is well made, but thank you for that. Okay, it's 12:12. I'm going to suggest we have a break anyway. I don't know how long they need to prepare words, but if I suggest we reconvene at say 12:20, would that be appropriate for members?
Works for me.
Yes, yep. Fine, thank you.
Okay, fine. Right, we'll adjourn then and reconvene at 12:20. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's 12:20. Officers prepared us a statement for refusal. Have the officers had a chance to prepare the statement for refusal as proposed by Councillor David Took? Phil Crowther.
Chairman, thank you. I wonder if we could ask for a little bit more time.
How much time? How much time would you estimate you need on this now?
Could we say until 12:30?
12:30. It's 12:21 now. Are members happy with that? I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. 12:30. Reconvene. Thank you. Thank you very
Chairman.
much. It is now 12:30. Can we have an update on progress, please? Phil?
Sorry, Chairman, I've just come back. We've just been having a discussion. I think Mike Garrity's going to say something before me, and then if that's okay with you, Chairman.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, Mike. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, we've been having a fairly frantic discussion around getting the wording together. What I'll hand over to Phil in a second to propose a form of wording which we've come to. What I'm going to ask for, however, Chair, is that I think we would quite like the opportunity just to tidy up the wording and make sure it's actually sufficiently robust and precise and in accordance with what the committee wanted. So if it's okay with you, I'll ask Phil to just outline the nature of the reason for refusal. If committee is satisfied with that, I would ask that we then delegate authority to myself in agreement with you over the precise wording of that before we actually issue any decision. Does that make sense to you? And are you happy with that approach?
Yes, okay. Let's hear what the wording is, and then we'll go back to the proposer in the first instance. Okay. Okay, Phil.
Thank you, Chairman. So the wording that we, in broad terms, is that the development is within the AONB where exceptional circumstances are required for development, bearing in mind the land bank. The public interest in minimising HGV movements from other sources does not outweigh the harm identified to the AONB, contrary to paragraphs 176 and 177 of the NPPF.
Right, proposer David Took.
Yeah, I think listening to that, it captures the essence of what I was saying. Could you just read it again, so it's just make sure I understand it properly?
Chairman, yes, absolutely. The development is within the AONB where exceptional circumstances are required for development. Bearing in mind the land bank, the public interest in minimising HGV movements from other sources does not outweigh the harm identified to the AONB, contrary to paragraphs 176 and 177 of the NPPF.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. Very nice. Thank you.
With a little bit of pruning, maybe, if required, between the officers and myself. Yes, but I think that's captured. That's captured where you were coming from, David. I feel myself that was put into the right form of words for your proposal. Yes,
I think it has, and I think if officers want to just tweak those words slightly to with the benefit of a few more minutes or slightly longer to go through it and get it absolutely right.
Well, I do.
They understand. They clearly understand the crux of it, and that's the main bit.
I mean, I do have another suggestion here. Just throwing another hat into the ring. It's now 12:33. We could actually break for a lunch break now, which would give us, say, about half an hour, maybe 40 minutes maximum. I don't know how that figures in terms of time, or are we looking at perhaps wanting to sit down away from here completely and look at it? I benefit from your advice. Otherwise, I'm happy to now break for lunch at this stage and come back and do the tidying up then when we reconvene.
I think we can probably leave the officers to do the necessary tidying if they see there is anything. I think I'd probably prefer to get this done, dusted and out of the way without further ado, but it's your call, Chairman.
No, that's right. No, it's just a thought. I think if there's going to be any tweaking, if there is any, we're not saying there will, but if there is, then it can be done in a separate environment away from this particular meeting. Right, does Dave Bolwell as a seconder, do you want to comment at all on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, I'm in agreement with David. I think the officers' wording will probably be better than something I could come up with, so I'm quite happy to leave it to them.
Okay. And Sherry, you're just asking to come in.
I was, but you've got to where I wanted us to be, so
Okay.
Be
okay.
quiet now.
Oh,
Yes,
we're of the same mind. That's really good. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we've got that proposal, as you've heard now, read out. We've been proposed by David Took. It's been seconded by Councillor Dave Bolwell. I'm going to put it to the vote, and when you express your minded to decision, can you indicate that you've listened to the presentation and the debate, and then give your minded to either for to support the proposal or not, as the case may be. So I'll call your name as I've got them here when you're ready. The first one is Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Yes, Chair, I'm minded to support. I've heard the presentations, etc. Thank you.
Alex Brenton.
Thank you, Chair. I am minded to support.
And you followed the presentation. Can you just confirm?
I have been here throughout and participated and understand the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelvin Clayton.
Yes, Chair. Having watched the presentation, read the report, visited the site, I am minded to support.
Mike Dyer.
I've been
sorry. I'm sorry. I apologise. Jean Dunseith is next on my list. I do apologise. Jean Dunseith.
Yes, I've listened to the presentation and the debate, and I do not support this proposal.
Mike Dyer. Sorry about that, Mike.
That's okay. I've been present throughout, listened to the debate, and I'm against the proposal.
Sherry Jesperson.
Thank you, Chairman. I have listened to the debate and the presentation, and I am minded to support the proposal.
Mary Penfold.
Thank you, Chairman. I have been present throughout and listened to the debate, visited the site, and I am minded to support.
Belinda Rydell.
Chairman, I've been present throughout the debate. My minded to decision is against the proposal.
David Took.
Thank you, Chairman. I have been present throughout. I've taken part in the debate, listened to the presentation, and I support the proposal to reject this application.
Right, I think that covers everybody because Councillor Shane Bartlett is unable to take part in the debate or voting, and John Worth is obviously given his apologies. On my calculation, Elaine, I make that 6 in favour of the proposition and 3 against.
Yes, that's correct.
So that is carried. Well, again, thank you, members, for your input on this one. A very complicated, very difficult piece of technical work, but thank you very much for your input on that. And we will have a look. Yes, Phil.
It's Phil Crowther. You need to go to Mike Garrity now to make the formal decision.
Of course,
of course,
yes. Yes, I do. Mike, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can confirm I've actually listened to the debate very carefully. Heard the arguments for and against, and I'm happy to confirm that the decision will be made in accordance with the wishes of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now before we go on to the next agenda item, I am going to suggest that because if we get to near 1 o'clock, we're going to have to vote to extend anyway. So I wonder whether before we start agenda item 6, we actually now adjourn for a lunch break and reconvene. I don't know how that fits with members.
I agree, Chair. Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that, Chair.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Yeah.
I think we have to accept the second one could also take a bit of time.
Well, I want, yes, as far as I'm concerned as chair, I want to make sure we give fair hearing to all of these, and I'd rather we perhaps break now for what, say about half an hour. Would that be all right for members?
That's
so till 1:15 maybe. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I sent you a message. I will have to leave at 1:40, so unfortunately, I won't be there for the vote.
No. Okay, Belinda, I did pick that up, so I understand that. But we're going to reconvene at 1:15 anyway, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
And we'll have to log in again. Can I speak to the officers on this? Will we have to log in again, or do we just reconvene as we've just done? Who can tell me the
No,
technical, Jen?
We can just leave this meeting open, and as long as you turn your cameras and microphones
as
off
before,
and just leave it open, yeah, as we did when we adjourned.
Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you.
So if we leave the meeting, can we then rejoin it?
Yes, yeah, I think it's booked in your diaries till about 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So, but yes, no, you can just rejoin if you leave.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. See you
All right.
See you all later.
Thank you.
Hello, Robin.
Hello, members.
Hello.
That was very interesting, and yes, interesting watching.
I'm glad you found it
Simon,
interesting.
we are still live, just so you
Thank
know.
you. Yes, that's all right.
Yeah.
But thank you for your input anyway. So.
Thank you.
It's 1:15. I'm just wondering whether it might be prudent just to do another roll call in case we've lost anybody en route. I think I will. Councillor Shane Bartlett. Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Alex Brenton. Councillor Kelvin Clayton.
I've returned, Chair.
Councillor Jean Dunseith.
I'm here, Chairman.
Councillor Mike Dyer.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Sherry Jesperson.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Mary Penfold.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Belinda Rydell, but Belinda, you're going to leave at 1:40 anyway, I believe.
I'm here at the moment, so but I will just
Okay,
leave.
okay.
Thank you.
And Councillor David Took. Okay, just give a few seconds longer. Just check. Councillor Shane Bartlett. Councillor Alex Brenton. Councillor David Took. David Took's just come on the screen, so I'll take him as here. Thank you. I'll go back again to Councillor Alex Brenton. Are you there, Alex? Shane's back, I see. Okay. Just Alex we're waiting on now. I don't want to start the presentation details until Alex has joined us. Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. We're all present and correct. That's good. Right. We'll pick up now on agenda item 6. And this is application numbers 3/18/3485/DCC and 3/18/3484/DCC Beacon Hill landfill site. And I believe Emma McDonald's going to do the presentation for us. Is that right, Emma? You're on mute.
That's right. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, when you're ready then. Thank you very much. Okay.
Lovely. I will just try and share my screen. Hopefully you can now see my screen.
Yep, thank you.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm covering agenda item 6, which is 2 applications associated with Beacon Hill landfill site. The first being the main application for a variation of 4 conditions to amend the date when landfill operations and site restoration are to be complete, together with a revised scheme for restoration. And the second associated application for the variation of previous planning permission to allow for the retention of 3 porta cabins for the provision of office and welfare facilities for use in connection with completion of the landfill and site restoration. So to start with, just to set the context, the site is located, as you can see by the red line boundary, approximately 5 kilometres from northwest of Poole to the west of Corfe Mullen. And as you can see from the north of Upton. The access to the site is from the northwest via Wareham Road, which adjoins the A350 Blandford Road, approximately 1 kilometre to the west of the site.
Can you get a pointer on the screen?
Oh, sorry, of course I can. Yeah, there we go. Can you see that one? So I'm going to cover the sort of associated application first, which is for the retention of porta cabins, which are located outside of the main landfill site application boundary, hence why they are covered by a separate consent. So the consent is the application boundary is there, a little square just outside the landfill, the main landfill area. It lies immediately adjacent to the weighbridge area, which is here, and adjacent to the northern edge of the landfill site. These porta cabins are accessed from the internal roadways within the site. So just looking at some images of the porta cabins, the existing porta cabins are shown there. With the first image looking northwest, you can just about see the weighbridge buildings in the background. They are single-storey porta cabins, and they're needed for the effective operation and ongoing restoration of the landfill site. They comprise welfare and storage facilities, including changing, kitchen and rest facilities. The second image there is looking across the porta cabins. You can just see the extent of the cabins. There is limited space within the landfill site weighbridge office unit for these kinds of facilities, and therefore they are required outside the main permission boundary. They are screened from the public road by an established area of trees and vegetation, which you can just about see there to the north of the buildings. Once the landfill activities have ceased and restoration complete, the cabins will be removed and the area restored. The cabins are proposed to be retained on site until January 2029, or until the buildings are no longer required for use in connection with the landfill site, whichever is the sooner. The application doesn't seek to amend the porta cabins or introduce any new buildings or infrastructure than has been on the site previously. In fact, you will actually notice from the photographs taken fairly recently that there are currently only 2 porta cabins on the site. The application is to retain the permitted 3 porta cabins, but my understanding is there's currently no need for the 3rd cabin to be placed on the site. Quite straightforward, hopefully, this one. My understanding is there is no outstanding issues of concern that have been raised through representations, and it is recommended that planning permission be granted for the application, subject to a condition requiring removal of the cabins and subsequent restoration. So then just moving on to the second application, which is for the variation of 4 conditions, condition 1, 6, 20 and 22 of a decision, and previous decision, it amends the date to which the landfill operations and site restoration are to be complete, together with a revised scheme of restoration. The extent to the landfill site is shown by the red line boundary on this plan, covering an area of around 26 hectares. It comprises a former sand and clay quarry with restoration through infilling the void with non-hazardous materials. This includes domestic, commercial and industrial waste at a maximum rate of 200,000 tonnes per annum. The landfill site is owned by Beacon Hill Brick Company, but leased to the applicant Suez for the operation and restoration of the site. The landfill site has been developed on a containment basis in line with landfill regulations. The landfill has been divided into a number of cells, in this case 13 cells, of which 12 have already been filled, capped and restoration soils placed. And this leaves one remaining cell left to be filled. The approximate location of the cell left to be filled is shown by the black dashed line here. So it's on this western side of the landfill site. My understanding is the landfill cells have been filled in a clockwise direction around the site, leaving this towards the end of the filling. Members will recall from my report that the site was actually mothballed in 2017 due to a shortage in available waste. But during this period of mothballing, restoration and aftercare operations have continued on the site within this area here to the north and to the east of the site. Cell 13, going back to cell 13, which is here, has a remaining capacity of around 400,000 metres cubed, and the previous permission requires cessation of operations and site restoration to be complete by the 1st of January 2019. However, clearly this has not been achieved, and this application has been submitted to allow the previously approved operations to continue for a period of time and restoration to be completed on the site. This planning permission seeks to continue the approved landfill operations for 10 years, i.e. up to the 1st of January 2029, which is 10 years from the expiry of the previous planning permission. It's really important to stress that the landfill operations would not take place throughout this extended period of time. So, for example, we're already over 2 years into the 10-year period. And if planning permission is granted, the applicant would then be in a position to tender for waste contracts in order to fill the remaining cell. Engineering work would then need to take place in cell 13 before any waste was able to be brought in. I think it is likely that engineering would take place in the spring. I think they need relatively dry conditions for that work, so it's likely that it wouldn't be till next summer before any filling commenced, subject to planning permission being granted. At full capacity, 200,000 tonnes per annum, the void could be full in around 2 years. Obviously, at a lower input rate, it would take longer to fill the cell. 12 months would also be required after final closure of the landfill site to enable the last cell to be capped and restoration soils to be spread on the site. As a result, the applicant is proposing that restoration works would be completed by the 31st of December 2029. But again, this could be sooner if the site is filled earlier in the proposed extension time. At the principal constraints around the site, the nearest properties are on the opposite side. This is Wareham Road here. The nearest properties are on the opposite side of Wareham Road on the western edge of Corfmullen, around 200 metres northeast of the site access. The site access is here. Cell 13 is here, and you can just about see the water that's collected in the bottom of cell 13, which I'll talk about again in a bit. Further residential and commercial properties are situated along Beacon Hill Lane, approximately 300 metres to the southwest of the site. Bridle ways run around around the perimeter of the site, along the northern edge, along the eastern boundary of the site here, and along Beacon Hill Lane to the west. The site occupies an elevated position within the southeast Dorset Greenbelt, and Upton Heath, SSI, SAC, SPA and Ramsar lie adjacent to the site, as you can see by the hatching. You can see from the aerial photograph that the boundaries of the site are enclosed by vegetation in the form of woodland belts and other planted areas, hedgerows and heathland. Here we go to the south. This is important to note as well that the perimeter of the site is also securely fenced on all sides to restrict public access during the landfill operations, and also obviously whilst it's been mothballed. The site access is shown here, looking along Wareham Road southwest towards the A350. There is a weight limit restriction of 7.5 tonnes on Wareham Road immediately to the northeast of the site access, and HGVs are prohibited from turning right out of the site, and that's secured currently through condition and Section 1 of 6 agreement, which is proposed to be continued within any new permission. There are a number of ancillary buildings and structures within the site. The first image there, looking south into the site, you can see the weighbridge and the weighbridge building here. And there's also some welfare facilities within that building. And then from the second image, you can see the quarry manager's office and some other storage units there. I think that's for the storage of tools and pipework, things that are essential to the operation of the landfill site. So the second image is looking towards the site access. There's also a landfill gas utilisation plant and leachate treatment plant within the site, both of which are covered by separate planning permissions. So I won't go into too much detail on that plant. But both the landfill gas utilisation plant and the treatment plants have separate restoration requirements. There is also associated gas and leachate pipework across the site and water management lagoons. So these next photographs show the elevated landform of the landfill site, as you can see from the first photograph, which is taken from the northern part of the site looking south towards Poole Harbour in the distance. And the second photograph shows the gas and leachate pipework, which is situated on the surface of the landfill above the restoration soils. Given the settlement of the landfill waste over time, it's considered better for the pipework to remain on surface laid rather than being buried in the restoration soils. This allows for tweaks and changes to be made to the pipework to counter any settlement issues over the years, which could affect the efficiency of the system. It also minimises the need to disturb any restored areas and maximises the gas capture and green energy generation. The pipework will remain on the surface until such time as it becomes redundant. The need for the pipework does reduce over time as the amount of gas and leachate reduces, with ultimately the removal on surrender of the environmental permit, which may be sometime in the future, so 50 or 60 years, until the landfill site is in a situation where the permit is able to be surrendered. A further photograph here, taken again from the restored part of the landfill looking northeast over Upton Heath Nature Reserve. You can see from this image, I think, that restoration has begun. However, it can take several years for heathland to become established, and the application requires an aftercare period of at least 5 years or until a favourable condition. But I think it is known that heathland restoration can take up to 10 years, but the requirement in the ecological management plan is until a favourable condition is agreed in writing by the the Waste Planning Authority. So looking again at cell 13, this is the view of cell 13, which is the cell which is left to be filled, looking north. in its mothballed state. The footprint of cell 13 is around 5.7 hectares. And as a reminder, cell 13 has a capacity of around 400,000 cubic meters squared remaining, and this application has been submitted to allow the previously approved operations to continue for 10 years and restoration to be complete. And as I said earlier, at full capacity, the void would be full in around 2 years. It's my understanding that there is no option other than to fill the final landfill cell because it's crucial to the final contours of the restoration profile and for stabilisation of the structure. As you can see from this photograph, the void does prevent surface water draining away, creating a water body adjacent to the engineered landfill cells, which needs to be pumped regularly to ensure that there's no damage to the adjacent engineered cap of the filled landfill cells. So just looking at the sort of key planning issues with regards to the proposal, I'll go through those in turn. So firstly, the principle of development. For waste developments like this, the relevant policy includes the Bournemouth, Christchurch, Poole and Dorset waste plan. And in terms of restoration, we look to the mineral strategy and the MPPF and the national planning policy for waste. At the heart of my considerations for this application is the fact that this is an existing landfill site with remaining capacity for the disposal of waste. Policy 1 of the waste plan requires the planning authority to take a positive approach that reflects the presumption in favour of sustainable development contained in the MPPF, and applications need to demonstrate how they support the delivery of the 3 underlying principles of the waste plan, being the waste hierarchy, self-sufficiency and the proximity principle. In terms of self-sufficiency, this proposal will assist in enabling Dorset to manage its waste locally, reducing the need to export waste. With regards to the proximity principle, the location of this facility in South East Dorset on the edge of an urban area is seen as being located relatively close to waste arisings. With regards to the waste hierarchy, it's clear that landfill should only be considered as a last resort, and policy 7 of the waste plan requires that waste going to landfill should have already undergone some form of pre-treatment. It is my understanding that pre-treatment is also a legislative requirement in the management of waste brought about by the landfill directive, and this requirement is also included within the environmental permit for the site issued by the Environment Agency. So the operator has a responsibility to ensure compliance with the permit, which will be monitored and regulated by the Environment Agency. Policy 7 also requires there to be a need for the waste disposal that cannot be met by another facility. Beacon Hill landfill site is an existing facility, and the waste plan recognises the continued role of landfill for waste that cannot be recycled. Capacity at Beacon Hill has also been safeguarded through the waste plan to ensure that landfill capacity remains available locally, allowing for self-sufficiency in the management of waste in accordance with the proximity principle. We have a relatively up-to-date waste plan. It was adopted in 2019, December 2019, which provided an assessment of waste arisings and need, and there is a significant shortfall in capacity for managing the projected arisings of non-hazardous waste in the county. If planning permission were to be granted at Beacon Hill, the capacity would contribute to addressing the need for residual waste management. It would act as a replacement for the export of waste to landfill sites outside of Dorset as existing contracts end. Policy guidance for waste highlights the continued provision and availability of waste disposal sites. They remain an important part of the network of facilities needed to manage our waste, albeit in sort of less so as we go forward. Representations have been made suggesting that this site should be filled with inert waste rather than non-hazardous waste. as I've explained, this site is safeguarded for the management of non-hazardous waste, and given the shortfall in capacity that I have explained, it's very difficult to justify the loss of this non-hazardous waste capacity within this site. However, inert waste could be brought into this site. It's not been discounted by the applicant, but given the need for non-hazardous waste, I don't think that's something we would want to require on this site. So given what I've said, I consider the development as proposed is consistent in principle with local and national policy. Moving on to the impact on amenity, proposals for waste management facilities need to demonstrate that any potential adverse impacts on amenity arising from the operation can be satisfactorily mitigated to an acceptable level. And I've listed there some of the key issues that were raised with regard to amenity by consultees through this application. As this is an existing site and the application proposes to vary the provisions of the previous planning consent to allow for an extension of time, there are no proposals to change the methods of working or previously permitted tonnage, so the nature and scale of the operation will continue as previously. The conditions attached to the previous permission are proposed to be taken forward should this application be granted, and they control many of the aspects of concern to local people. So, for example, the conditions include limits to working hours, the requirement for dust suppression measures, control of litter, dust and mud management, and noise limits. So although the other point to mention is, although the extension of time being sought is 10 years, the actual filling will be much less due to the limited remaining capacity within the site. So any impacts on amenity are likely to be short-lived. I think it's also worth mentioning that the site also has an established liaison committee, which I think has worked really well over the years to enable local residents and groups to raise any issues of concern with relation to the site. Under the existing Section 106 agreement, an area of land on the eastern side of the restored landfill site is proposed to be dedicated for public open space, an area of land of no less than 2 hectares. And this is proposed to be carried forward in any updated Section 106 for the site, although it is worth mentioning that this is unlikely to happen. The access by the public onto the site is unlikely to happen until surrender of the environmental permit, which, as I said, could be 50 or 60 years in the future. So on amenity, there would be no increase in the magnitude of impacts or increased environmental risk as a result of the current proposals, subject to the retention of the existing conditions. Then moving on to biodiversity and site restoration. The application site is situated adjacent to the Dorset Heaths SAC and Dorset Heathlands SPA and Ramsar Habitat sites, which are underpinned by the Upton Heath SSSI. The variation of condition 1 as sought through this application would lead to a delay in the restoration of this site for up to 10 years. So there is a need to provide compensation for the delay to the restoration of cell 13. And this is proposed to be achieved through the use of the Dorset Biodiversity Appraisal Compensation Framework, with a financial sum proposed to be secured through the legal agreement to be used in the creation of like-for-like habitat within the wider heathland network for Dorset. The application seeks to amend Condition 20, which would see an amendment to the Ecological Restoration Plan. This amendment incorporates a better understanding of the site conditions, as there have been some real difficulties in achieving restoration to heathland across the site. There have been some lengthy discussions between the applicant, Dorset Council's Natural Environment team and Natural England to come up with a suitable restoration scheme for the site. And the final scheme incorporates a high proportion of grassland with acid grassland characteristics and hedges reflecting those in the wider landscape being planted as wide shrub belts with soft wavy edges and incorporation of heathland scrub species. If implemented, it is considered that the revised restoration proposals for the site will result in an improvement, in an improved restoration outcome for the site over the previously agreed and permitted scheme. The revised proposal should improve the establishment of vegetation on the landfill service. One of the concerns at the site has been the deposit of silt and sediment and the remobilisation of historic sediments, leading to a smothering of the heathland, resulting in direct loss of habitat and indirect loss of habitat available to interest species. And the revised plans include the importation of sandy material that will then be used to stabilise the heathland vegetation and rye grass nurse crop. The pH of the surface water runoff is likely to reduce as it travels across the capping material, leading to an improvement on the current permitted situation. The long-term management of the site beyond restoration and aftercare has also been considered, as there is a potential to lead to significant effects if the site is not properly looked after and addressed. The applicant has agreed to undertake an annual check for invasive species on the restored landfill site and remove any invasive species as required. Additionally, there is a need for the funding in the form of financial security if Suez, the current applicant, dispose of their interest in the site to ensure the site, the performance of the aftercare applications in the future. Those are both proposals put forward through a Section 106 agreement for the site. The application also seeks an update to the surface water management plan. That's through Condition 22, and these changes will improve sediment control. They relocate attenuation ponds so that they're easier to maintain and increase direct discharge. It is considered that the surface water management proposals as proposed will not lead to any likely significant effects on the habitat sites, and the HRA concluded that they would lead to a net positive impact. Monitoring of the surface water management plan is proposed to be secured through a condition, and any further improvements to the management plan are needed, and then if they're needed, they can be identified and resolved. This is a landscape concept diagram for the restoration of the site and should be read alongside the ecological restoration plan and an amendment to that. As you can see, towards the centre of that plan, F1 and F2 are proposed for grassland, with an increased proportion of grassland with acid grassland characteristics on the current consented scheme. The hedges are shown with the reference H1 to H6, and they are proposed to provide additional biodiversity resource over the current approved scheme, with H2 and H4 specifically planted and managed in a less formal arrangement. And then the heathland areas of HL1, HL2 and HL3, which is an existing area of heathland, which my understanding is requires some further work and improvement, and the woodland there is W1. Moving on to visual and amenity. The waste plan requires for waste facilities to demonstrate that potential adverse impacts can be satisfactorily mitigated, and the policy requires temporary waste management development such as this one to include an acceptable restoration and aftercare measures. As I've said previously, the site is located within an area of high sensitivity with the potential for substantial negative impacts. Although there is a good established screening, the site is visible to some local receptors, including public rights of way, particularly at certain times of the year, and long distant views are also apparent. This issue was fully considered within the environmental statement that accompanied the 1995 permission, noting that visual impacts would be mitigated through the implementation of the proposed restoration and aftercare scheme. And although some changes to the restoration scheme are proposed through this application, these are minor in nature, as I've discussed, and there remains a focus on nature conservation after uses, which is considered compatible with the surrounding landscape character. The application site lies within the southeast Dorset greenbelt. Restoration of mineral workings through landfill is not inappropriate development in the greenbelt and is considered to be acceptable. And the continued restoration and aftercare of the site is really important and should continue as soon as possible. So in summary, the proposed changes to the as proposed through this application do not alter the effect on landscape, and conditions are recommended to secure an appropriate restoration scheme within a timely manner. Moving on to water resources, the application seeks to amend Condition 22, which is a revised surface water management plan. The current surface water management plan has only been partially installed for various reasons. And with a better understanding of the site conditions, the revised plan proposes some amendments to the scheme. So that's such as the amendments to the size of the attenuation ponds, direct discharge of the surface water to avoid discharge through the Wareham Road Highways culvert. As my understanding is, permission could not be granted without a major upgrade to the system. Sediment control was another aim of the surface water management plan, as this has been a particular problem, as I've mentioned, and the revised surface water management plan has also been designed to ensure there is no downstream flood risk compared to the current consented design, and the revised scheme has taken into account climate change with an allowance made for increased rain intensity in the future. So following some discussions with the Environment Agency, the Environment Agency had no objections to the proposed development. Further ground investigations were undertaken, and as a result, Dorset Council's flood risk management team also have no objections to the proposal, and I'm satisfied that it is in accordance with policy and any impacts on water resources and flooding are acceptable, with no increased risk than the present permitted scenario. So in conclusion, this is an existing landfill site with remaining capacity within one remaining cell. The landfill site requires completion to ensure that a beneficial restoration scheme is implemented. The completion of the remaining cell would have no undue impact on the wider landscape or greenbelt, and it's not considered that there would be any significant harm to residential amenity that cannot be addressed by the recommended conditions. The surface water management plan and restoration proposals and the package of mitigation measures recommended within the habitat regulations assessment to be secured through conditions and legal agreement are considered to provide advantages over the current consented scheme. And there are no material considerations which warrant refusal of this application. So it is considered that planning permission should be granted subject to conditions and legal agreement. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Emma. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 written representations and the local ward member who's going to speak virtually to the meeting. So over to you, Tanisha, for the written representations, please.
Thank you. So the first rep is an objection from Roger Deacon-Smith and Patricia Ponchard. I wish to object to the planning application 3-18-3485-DCC. Landfill is bad for the environment, both locally and globally, and there is no reason to add more when already poisons are underground in Corfmullen, with methane leaking into the atmosphere, contributing to climate change. And as the site decays, leachate spilling out and contaminating local water, leaving a legacy for future generations and the county of Dorset to resolve. It will also be subject to the long suffering of people of Corfmullen again to increased traffic, already a nightmare in Old Wareham Road, and with heavy lorries feeding the tip for up to 10 years, this can only get worse. The additional CO fumes are known to be dangerous to life, especially to people with problems such as asthma. Litter. The rubbish blown away from the site and the lorries was so bad that teams of litter pickers were out to remove it. This was ineffective, and the litter should not be free to spoil, in all senses of the word, the area. Noise. Noise pollution is now recognised as seriously affecting health. Dust. When the weather is such, the dust gets everywhere, impossible to leave anything outside. Flies. The swarms of flies meant that you couldn't leave windows open in the summer, cannot control with insecticides as proposed, as this then wipes out pollinators, which are already seriously endangered. Smell. Cannot mask with perfumes. This just makes it worse. Contamination of gardens with obnoxious waste, including clinical waste, which does find its way into non-clinical waste sacks, whether it should or not, by scavenging birds. Suez has a very poor history of managing the site, including failing to meet the terms of the original contract and leaving till the 11th hour to appeal. There are also plans to further develop Corfmullen, with extensive building planned to the northeast of the site, with prevailing winds being southwesterly. This means the problems outlined will affect even more local folks. Solution. I would ask those responsible for the future of the county of Dorset to carefully consider the effects that adding to the landfill site will have on future generations. We already have local issues with landfill at Lodmore. The only viable solution is to fill the remaining cell at Suez expense with inert material to stop any further contamination to the locality, especially as it is adjacent to a SSSI. The argument that this is expensive is futile for a company with tons in excess of 17 billion and which has also increased the dividend paid to its shareholders this very year, when most are struggling with the effects of COVID.
That wording is turnover, by the way, T-O. For a company with T-O turnover in excess of 17 billion, just to clarify.
Thank you. The next rep is a support from the Beacon Hill Quarry Liaison Committee. Support for the application to extend the licence to landfill until January 2029. We understand it is important to complete filling of the remaining cell 13 to stabilise and support the long-term strength and structure of the site. It was very disappointing that this work was not completed within the initial time frame by January 1st, 2019, and it is critical that this work is completed as soon as possible, and absolutely no extension past January 2029 is to be considered. The residents of the immediate area have had to put up with the nuisance of the site too long already. The nuisance includes foul odours, air pollution, streaming eyes, noise, vermin, seagulls, heavy lorries, mud and litter on the surrounding roads, water flooding off the site and general loss of value to their homes. This site is to be restored to a state as close to the original heathland as is possible, where the plants, animals, birds and invertebrates of the heathland can thrive again and eventually return to public open space. I must also point out that this is a majority view, not a unanimous opinion. Councillor Susan Jeffries, Chairman, Beacon Hill Quarry Liaison Committee, August 26, 2021. The next rep is from Corfmullen Town Council. Corfmullen Town Council understands that applications submitted for the Beacon Hill quarry site are to complete the works by way of constructing a final cell, filling that cell, and once complete, restoring the site to heathland in accordance with the planning requirements. The Town Council is disappointed that preparation was not commenced by the company in a timely way prior to the expiration of the previous planning permissions for the site, whilst understanding the application to extend operations could not be submitted until the previous application had lapsed. This would seem to have resulted in delaying the whole process, enabled the habitat and wildlife time to re-establish closer to the proposed site or proposed activity, and lead most residents to believe that the site is permanently closed. The Town Council further understands the necessity of Cell 13 to be completed, and a balance must be maintained as to the impact of not completing the final stage over the impact of the works being completed. It is understood that the work to construct Cell 13 cannot take place over the winter months, which will delay the start of the construction by 6 months, with a further build time of 6 months for the cell, some 12 months before tipping and filling commences. The estimated time for filling the cell has been identified as approximately 2 years, where the site to be operated at C capacity fill annually. This sees the whole project being completed in a 5-year timescale. The Town Council considers this time, although disturbing to wildlife, the habitat and the community, as far less damaging than any potential future damage of the site not being completed. The Town Council have considered all options surrounding the site, and noting the application is a continuation of lapsed planning, which should see the site finalised by January 2029, has resolved to support this application. However, work should commence without further delay and the site be completed and closed as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you, Tanisha. Now, Mike Barron, are you on the call?
I certainly am. I've been here all day.
Good afternoon to you, Councillor Barron. When you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes, okay?
No, it's a race, this, yes, okay. Radio, I'm ready.
Okay.
Have members of this committee ever heard of the village of Silverdale in Warwickshire, or the Silverdale Stink? Silverdale has been in the news recently because a group of local residents, blighted by noxious smells, have brought a High Court action against the Environment Agency. I believe that this action is presently ongoing. The Silverdale Stink is actually caused by polluted water leaking from a local landfill site. This liquid is known as leachate and is formed when rain falls on decaying landfill waste. I vividly remember the obnoxious smell that often polluted the whole of the Beacon Hill area when the site was last operational. That was due to the gas emitted by leachate, and it emanated from the Beacon Hill landfill site. Leachate produced gas usually contains several chemicals, including methane, carbon dioxide, and ammonia. This gas also contains hydrogen sulfide, which has an easily recognisable unpleasant rotten egg characteristic. Sadly for people living close to landfill sites, the gas produced by leachate is a dense, heavier than air gas, which tends to hang around for long periods of time and can be detected by the human nose at very low threshold levels. There have been several recent scientific studies into the effects of leachate gas on people's health. They have concluded that several of the chemicals in the gas are quite capable of causing cancer or other serious harm to humans who are exposed to the gas on a regular basis. Other reported health complaints include eye, throat and lung irritation, nausea, headache, nasal blockage, sleeping difficulties, weight loss, chest pain, and aggravation of asthma. Many of these effects are consistent with exposure to hydrogen sulfide. The application before you seeks approval to reopen the Beacon Hill site and continue the landfill operations for over 7 years. I urge members to either reject this application on public health grounds or at least defer their decision until more information is available to the committee with regards to the long-term effects of leachate on the health of both adults and children. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well within your time. Thank you. Right, finally, we've got the representation from the applicant, Suez, and that's Tanisha's going to read that.
Thank you. So this is Suez's statement written by Anne-Marie Wilshaw, Senior Planning Manager, Suez Recycling and Recovery UK. Suez has applied for permission to operate the Beacon Hill site until 2029 to allow restoration of the former quarry by landfilling to be completed. Although the application seeks permission to operate until 2029, the remaining space is relatively small and the timescale sought allows flexibility needed for continued mothballing, preparatory engineering works to line the last part of the landfill and a period of infilling when market conditions allow. At the time the application was made in 2018, Suez sought a 10-year time period, but this has now in effect reduced to 7 years. No changes are proposed to the overall capacity, permitted tonnages or methods of working at the site. There is no sustainable alternative other than to fill the final landfill cell, as it is crucial to the final contours and in its unfilled state prevents surface water from draining away, creating an unacceptable deep water body adjacent to the engineered landfill. Whilst landfill is the least desirable solution in the waste hierarchy, its continued role is acknowledged in both national and local policy for residual waste, which cannot be recycled or treated. Dorset's waste plan was adopted less than 2 years ago and safeguards the remaining space at Beacon Hill landfill, recognising the environmental benefits of protecting existing local disposal capacity. Suez recognised that landfills can have amenity impacts on those living closest and would ensure that the site continues to operate within the conditions of its existing planning permission and environmental permit, which together are designed to ensure impacts are appropriately mitigated. A local community liaison group was formed at the start of landfill operations, and Suez continues to facilitate regular meetings and site visits such that any issues arising can be quickly and effectively resolved. The location of the landfill site has necessitated careful consideration of possible effects on the adjacent designated heathland. Suez has worked closely with Dorset Council and Natural England officers to develop appropriate mitigation to ensure that the landfill does not have adverse effects on the integrity of the designated heathlands. The agreed mitigation measures include financial compensation for the delayed restoration of the final landfill cell, calculated in accordance with Dorset's own biodiversity compensation framework. The landfill application included minor improvements to restoration and surface water management, and the proposals, together with the agreed mitigation measures, are now considered likely to lead to a net positive impact on the adjacent heathland and an improvement over the previously consented restoration scheme. The application represents the most sustainable solution for the landfill site, and Suez therefore respectively request that the committee resolve to approve.
Fine. Thank you, Tanisha. Do officers want to respond to any of the points raised here, please?
No, thank you.
No, you're happy, Emma? Okay, fine. Thank you.
Sorry, could I just pick something up?
Yes, Mike.
Sorry.
Gatsey.
Yeah. I thought I would just emphasize the point, I suppose, that the site is an existing site, and I just wanted to refer to the fact that the allocation in the waste local plan, it's still safeguarded for that. So it's important to bear in mind the fact that there is a relationship between residual waste treatment not being exported throughout the life of the plan, and that this site still has a purpose. So I think the context of its existing use, although mothballed, is relevant here. So I just wanted to mention that in the context of, I know some of the comments that were made around leachates, but the other point to make with that is that we are talking about waste that often will have been treated to a certain extent before it ends up in the landfill site. So I think the standards of control over that are probably higher than they would have been possibly 20 or 30 years ago. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that guidance, Mike. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Right, members, questions of clarity, please, for the what you've heard so far. First on my list is Councillor David Took, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've been hearing that there is a reduced number of landfill operations going on as time goes on, landfill being the least best solution to waste disposal, and we're expecting that to be reduced.
We've lost him.
As I understand it.
David, we lost you for a bit there. Yeah, can you just run through that again, please?
Can you hear me again?
Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, my camera's on, but never mind, it's no loss. It is expected, I believe, that landfill will reduce, or the need for landfill will reduce over time, partly because landfill is the least best option for waste disposal. And the restoration of this site depends on this area being filled, as I understand it. If it isn't filled, I mean, I know it's supposed to be 2 years worth, but it might be 4 years worth, and it might be a lot more. If it isn't filled, what happens if it's not filled by the 1st of January 29 with landfill waste? Is there some other waste that can be hurriedly put in there so that the timetable here for restoration can be managed by the end of 2029? I just want a bit of clarity around what happens if we're not getting all of the landfill we expect.
Can you come back on that, Emma?
Chair, yeah, yes, of course. Yeah, we would hope that the timescale that has been sought through this application is sufficient to enable Suez to gain a contract to deal with waste and to fill the site with non-hazardous waste, because that is what the site has been safeguarded. That's the purpose of the safeguarding of the site. The filling of the site with inert waste hasn't been ruled out. That could happen under this proposed application, through this proposed application. So I suspect, should we get to a point sort of 4 or 5 years down the line and waste hasn't been forthcoming for Suez, that could be something that they would look to look at. So there is an option of inert waste, but I don't think we would want to encourage them down that route, because we clearly have a need for non-hazardous waste management. We've got very much a shortfall in capacity for non-hazardous waste in Dorset, and that was recognised in the recently adopted waste plan. But it's certainly there as an option should non-hazardous waste contracts not be forthcoming to Suez.
Okay, so as a backstop, you would envisage filling it with inert waste.
That's certainly an option.
But it would be as an option. But it would. Filling would be completed by 1st of January 2029, almost regardless of what it's filled with, within reason, and that therefore means the restoration should, or there's no reason why it shouldn't be completed by the end of 2029. We would
certainly hope that that would be the case. I mean, we can't force Suez to fill the site within the time. I would hope we will not be here in another 7 or 8 years with a similar application. I guess if we are, we could look at it. We may wish to look at it slightly differently, but we have to look at the application as it's been submitted to us, and that is for, as I say, a 10-year extension, of which we are sort of two years into that period.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just a little wary of hopes for things. We all hope for things. We very often get disappointed. But
we have done what we can in terms of encouraging or putting in some incentives into the mitigation within the one of the biodiversity. There is a need for Suez to compensate for the delay to restoration of cell 13, which the financial provisions of which are built into the proposed Section 106 agreement. And we have built in an incentive to Suez to restore the site as soon as possible within that 10-year period. So there is a reduction in compensation payable if they restore before the end of the 10-year period. So we did try to build in some incentives into the process.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I know we've been here a long time, members. Can I just remind members to direct their remarks through the chair, please? Thank you very much. Next, I've got Councillor Shane Bartlett. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. In part, my question has been already answered through David's question, but through you, Chair, I'd just like to ask, Dorset Council, do we actually pay Suez to process some of our waste that we collect through this site?
Who wants to volunteer an answer on that one?
I'm happy to respond.
Is that for you, Emma? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Dorset Council currently don't have a contract with Suez, as far as I'm aware. We have other contracts. The Dorset Waste Team have other contracts, but that's not to say that we couldn't have a contract at some point within the next sort of 10 years.
Okay, if I can come back, Chairman.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So at 6.1, I mean, subject to the way the debate will go, I'm fairly predisposed to the use of this site for landfill, and I understand the reasons for that, to get it back to the necessary landscape it needs to be, so that the final piece can be done, the final dressing, to return it back to heathland. But I've got a nervousness around the commercial aspects of this, with what's laid out in 6.1 within the report, that the remaining cells a volume of around 400,000 metres cubed, and the applicant wishes to reserve this void space with a view to commence an operation when market conditions make it viable, as other void space in the wider area diminishes. It reads as if the reason the applicant is going for the extended period of time on the application to take it to 2029 and not completing its operations, one, it says that there isn't the market there for the necessary amount of refuse to fill the hole with, but it also reads in within that at 6.0 that obviously it's within their commercial benefits to keep this hole separate and keep it at one side, because obviously it will be a premium revenue for them at a later date. I mean, I'm not sure how far we can stray into this as under planning consideration, Chairman, but there would be a concern to me as to as has already been expressed by some of the objectors, about the length of time, the 10-year period that this would extend onto, particularly with the parish council. I notice that many of the other consultees are quite content with what's laid out, what's envisaged, and what's planned, and I appreciate that, which is why I say I am predisposed to go with it. But as I say, I've got a concern around that 10-year period. So my question to you as the officer is, in terms of the 200,000 tonnes of material that's needed to fill this hole, and at 6.4 it says it would be completed within 2 years. Does that material exist? Do we know that? Is marketly, is that a viable operational date, that 2 years?
Are you happy for me to respond?
Yes, please. Okay. I could make a comment before you do, actually.
Yep.
as long as we remember, and I'm sure Shane you do, that we're considering the application in front of us, obviously.
Yeah.
And if at the end of this, well, 7-year period it'll be now because it's 2019, nothing had happened, for example, I think I'm right in saying this, I'll be corrected otherwise fairly quickly, then they'd have to put another planning application in. Am I right, Emma?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
that would be the case.
Sorry,
and obviously
yeah.
we be in a different we potentially be in a different in a different position. Then we've got an adopted waste plan which has very recently been adopted, highlighting through that we did extensive work on the arisings of waste, on the capacity of waste facilities, and we have a significant shortfall generally for the management of non-hazardous waste. So I think the waste is out there, but obviously it will depend on contracts in the future.
Okay. I'll leave that at the present, Chairman. I'll come back later in the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thanks. Alex Brenton.
Can I ask a question, Chairman? The officer talked about engineered capping. What does this involve, and will those are they concrete walls? Are they rubble walls? Will they survive if this void is not filled, or will they gradually crumple down and will have a sort of landslippy effect? That was one question. The other one was with what's the word? Bearing in mind this Silverdale stink, where actually they accept untreated rubbish. Has Suez, before it mothballed the site, been in breach of conditions many times? I mean, do they have a reputation as being it's a hard one for anyone to answer, but have there been problems there in the past with untreated rubbish which would now not be relevant?
Which one do you want to answer first, Emma?
Shall we go with engineered cells?
Okay.
So yeah, my understanding is that the cell 13 as it stands was mothballed. It obviously adjoins engineered cells from the previous cells that are already filled. I think they are in a safe. My understanding is they are in a safe state, but the requirement to pump the water out of cell 13 is because if you let it fill, then there is the potential to have some potential problems on the adjoining cells. So until that cell is filled, there will be a constant requirement for that level of water to be kept low to ensure no damage to the adjoining cells. Does that answer the question? I mean, it's not a concrete wall. No, it's like a clay liner. I think.
Okay, thank you.
And then with
eventually break, yeah.
I think they are managing it. There is somebody on site all of the time. There are permanent staff, even throughout the mothballing. There are permanent members of staff on site, so that they are keeping an eye and obviously pumping as necessary to ensure their safety. And also, of course, the Environment Agency are monitoring this site. I think the benefit of waste facilities is they have two levels of two organisations monitoring them. The Waste Planning Authority, we have a role in monitoring the conditions of all landfill sites, and also the Environment Agency will monitor the permit as well. So on the potential issues of smells, etc., I did look back. I asked my colleague to look back at what complaints have been received on the site over the years. Hang on, I have to write it down. I think we've had nine complaints since 2010 on the site, so I don't think that is a significant number of complaints. They tended to deal with smell, maybe mud on the road, that kind of thing. But like I said, there is a liaison committee set up which meets fairly regularly, although less regularly since the site's been mothballed. But I suspect as the site opens again, it will be they will meet more regularly, so that any issues can be raised through that forum.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Kelvin Clayton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering what will happen to this site in terms of restoration. if the application was refused?
Are you happy for me to respond?
Yes, please. It's all coming your way, Emma.
That's fine. So at the moment, the current planning permission has lapsed. It lapsed in January 2019. We obviously have a role to monitor the compliance with permissions, but it wouldn't have been in the public interest to enforce that consent at the moment, because we knew that there was an application in being determined. It's taken several years, mainly because of the mitigation required through the habitat regulations assessment. And there's been several pieces of extra work that have been needed to ensure that we get a suitable restoration outcome for the site. Yes, could you repeat the question? I think I went off a little bit of a tangent then.
I'm just wondering what will happen to the site in terms of restoration if we refuse the application this afternoon.
So we would probably have to look to enforce the current restoration scheme, which was approved back in 1995, I think. So the current consented previously consented permission contains a restoration scheme which we would need to look to enforce restoration in line with. However, there are benefits from the new restoration scheme and the new surface water management scheme which are being brought about through this application.
Would it be possible, just quickly, Chair, come back quickly on that, the difference between the two restorations?
I think the main, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it was pointed out. I think, Emma, you pointed out quite clearly on your slides that the improvements there, but it'd be worth just looking. It is a very important question. I think we need to just look at that again, because that is the long-term issue here. Thanks.
Yes, of course. I mean, there are some, there've been some real difficulties restoring the site with the current restoration proposals. So they've been trialling over the last few years methods of improving the restoration outcomes of the site. For example, they're bringing in sandy material from another quarry in Dorset to enable the restoration to be achieved. So things like that bringing in of sandy soils is part of the restoration proposals brought about through this application. And also some of the mitigation, so for example, the compensation for the delay to restoration, the requirement for long-term management of the site, and looking at monitoring for invasive species on a regular basis going forward. Things like that aren't part of the existing proposals. So there are quite a few advantages of the proposed scheme. And also the surface water management plan, moving some of the attenuation ponds and things like that, so that they're more easily accessible, so that they can be managed better. So I think there are some real advantages of the new schemes that have been considered with much better knowledge of the site conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you're on mute.
I am indeed. The first one today. Never mind. It's always one. I've come to the end of questions, but now I've got Councillor Sherry Jesperson wants to make a comment. So, Sherry, over to you.
Yes, I do. I mean, I have been listening carefully to this discussion, and I have a good deal of sympathy with the anxieties of the residents who live nearby. But those are anxieties based on past experience. And I think, Mr. Chairman, given that this is an existing site, given that it has got a liaison committee in place now that could help managing it going forward, given that if we don't approve it, then we go back to a restoration plan that is rather less good than the one that we get with this application. And most importantly, I have to say, given that we do need the provision for our own landfill space for the time being, even though this is quite a tough one and nobody likes landfill, I think I would like to support this, and I think I would like to propose that we support this application as laid out in the officer's recommendations here, because I think on balance that's probably the right thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Just a point of order here. Did we take both recommendations as one on this? Both applications as one? Because you can't really have one without the other, I don't think, here. Anybody?
That sounds like a sensible approach.
Yeah,
There won't be the need. Well, they're both associated
No,
and linked.
we take the both applications as the one. So that's your proposal, Sherry, is it? You're on mute. You're on mute, Sherry.
Yes, so absolutely. So that is, I would like to propose then that we support both these applications, this one and the lesser one for the porta cabins. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, fine. Do I have a seconder there, please?
Oh,
Councillor Brenton.
I put down, I'm happy to second this. I think we should just get it done.
Thank you for that. I've got one more speaker on the screen, is Councillor Shane Bartlett. Do you want to come back on something, Shane?
Yes, please, Chairman. The proposal coming a bit quicker than I was expecting, actually, because I wanted to ask Ms MacDonald, the liaison committee, through you, Chairman, the liaison committee that sits, does that have the ability to hold Suez's feet to the fire to ensure that they get this void filled as quickly as possible? As I say, I refer back to that 6.1 part of the report and that statement that says the remaining cells a volume of around 400,000 million cubic meters, and the applicant wishes to reserve this void space with a view to commence an operation when market conditions make it viable, as other void space in the wider area diminishes. So does that liaison committee have the ability to hold Suez's feet to the fire to ensure that fill this void as quick as possible, because we're past the date now when they should have finished this site. The residents in the local area are having to put up with this. It's not a pleasant place to be when they're filling a landfill site. I appreciate that. And the parish council, town council, as Corfmullen is now, is obviously made concerns about the length of time this operation is taken. So could I just have that answered, because that's gonna be dependent on how I vote on this. I fully appreciate the fact that this site has got to be used for landfill. It should be being used for landfill, and as I said before, I'm predisposed to that way of thinking anyway. But my concern is that statement in 6.1, which I'm not happy with.
Are you happy if I come back on that?
Yes, I am.
No, my understanding, the liaison committee is really just a forum for local residents, the town council if necessary, and the Suez, the Environment Agency, and the council to come together and address any issues that arise on the site. As far as I am aware, they wouldn't have any further powers, as they say.
I think, Shane, that is the important point. They're a recognised group as such, and they've worked well over the years with a degree of, keeping an eye on it. But they would be considered to be important if things needed to be taken forward by the necessary authorities. I think that's the case, rather than just a disparate number of people. So I think that if that sort of goes some way to answering your question, I think that's what Emma was trying to say there, really.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, as I say, I've got a concern about how far this will be dragged out towards 2029, but thank you, I'll leave it there.
Okay, well, I've got no more speakers, but I've got a proposal for both recommendations on the table from Councillor Sherry Jesperson. That's been seconded by Councillor Alex Brenton. So once again, I intend to take the roll call for the vote to say whether you're support or against the proposal, and that you've seen all the presentation and listened to the debate. Councillor Shane Bartlett.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to the presentation by the Chairman. I've taken part in the debate, and I am minded to support the proposal.
Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've listened to the presentation and the debate, and I'm minded to support the applications.
Councillor Alex Brenton.
I've been present, I've taken part in the debate, and I am minded to support the application. I think it's the right word.
Councillor Kelvin Clayton.
Yeah, I've listened to the presentation, Chair, and yeah, I'm minded to support.
Councillor Jean Dunseith.
I've listened to the presentation and the debate, and I'm minded to support.
Councillor Mike Dyer.
Minded to support, being present throughout, listening to the debate and the presentations.
Councillor Mary Penfold.
Yes, I've been present and listened to the debate, and I'm minded to support, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Sherry Jesperson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening to the debate and the presentation, and I'm minded to support.
Councillor David Took.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to the presentation. I've been present throughout, and I am minded to support.
That concludes the list. Belinda Rydell has left the meeting, and obviously John Worth's apologies. So I make that, Elaine, I make that unanimous to support the recommendations as on the table.
Yes, I agree with that, Chairman.
That's a minded to decision, and we refer back to Mike Garrity to confirm or otherwise. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I can confirm that I've heard the debate for these applications and that they will be determined in line with the committee's minded to decision. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. That ends that one. Item 7, exempt business, and I'm pleased to say there is none. At 14:34, I declare the meeting closed, but I want to thank everybody, members, officers, all behind the scenes for what has been a very long meeting, but I think it's been a good meeting. We've addressed these applications, I think, extremely well, and thank you again for your input. So on that note, thank you and goodbye.